I would like to call our meeting to order at 9:30. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquins for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. Just before we start roll call, I'd like to welcome Mayor Weir. Rob, great to see you again.
Thank you. It's great to be back and get my brain working, hopefully.
All right, so they fixed a few things then.
Well, they don't know that. They don't know about that part. We're going to have to evaluate at a later date.
Great, thank you, sir. And Madam Clerk, could you continue, or could you start us with roll call, please?
Good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Present.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Warden Emo,
A present.
Councillor Giardini, Councillor Grills,
Present.
Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Here.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
I can't get it to work. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Councillor Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Proctor, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
UTMGSO.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. And resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of August 27, 2025 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from North Laguna Wilberforce, second by member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Another resolution that the closed minutes of the County Council meeting of August 13, 2025 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from Kildare-Hagney-Richards, second by a member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. Since the last County Council meeting, I've attended 10 meetings on Council business. Today, I would like to introduce our newly adopted why statement into my warden's address. So what is our why? To cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. This statement reflects our commitment to deeper engagement with our lower-tier municipalities and service partners. We have heard clearly that this is an area where we must continue to grow, and we are responding. Since our last meeting, our Business Development Officer visited Madawaska Valley to present information on the HYPE program, and our operations staff recently attended Whitewater to discuss the Brooms Creek Culvert Replacement Project on Foresters Falls Road. County staff are also actively preparing for the upcoming County Municipal Day on September 24, starting at 3 p.m. at the County Administration Building. This event will showcase county services and highlight collaboration with the City of Pembroke, Eastern Ontario Wardens Regional Network, Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the Renfrew County District Health Unit, Ontario Provincial Police, and other partners who continue to join this initiative. Please check out our advertisements and our ongoing updates in social media. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Council and staff for the very productive and informative strategic alignment workshop held this past Thursday at Wilderness Tours River Barn in Foresters Falls. I'd also make note that our hosts were incredibly welcoming and demonstrated a true understanding of how to treat visitors. So a strong thank you to Adele, Brenda, Casey, Katie, Joel, and of course, Joe Kowalski and the rest of their crew. The conversations throughout the day were both meaningful and thought-provoking. I did brush my teeth, but it doesn't feel like it. It was clear that everyone came well prepared, having done their homework as requested. The level of engagement and thoughtful contributions from both staff and council were greatly appreciated. Thank you to all of you for your time, your effort, and your commitment to this very important work. It is important that each of us around this table takes the information and discussion from today back to your respective councils and communities. We are here working on the behalf of the county as a whole, including your municipality. I want to remind everybody of the county's mission statement to deliver high-quality services to the residents of the County of Renfrew in an efficient and cost-effective manner, focused on the following 6 key priorities during our term. Advocating with a strong voice to the federal and provincial governments on shared investments, embracing technology that supports our residents and positions us as a leader in advancements in digital communications, managing our fiscal position through sustainable asset management and long-term financial planning, identifying innovative solutions or approaches that allows the county to improve service delivery while meeting the service level expectations of our residents, progressing the County of Renfrew's pillars of economic development, which will lead to improved quality of life, working effectively with local municipalities on common priorities and shared services. I will also remind those assembled here today of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, and share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And now Mr. Davis will introduce our delegation, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, everyone. I am pleased to introduce Anya Ganster, Artistic Director with Ottawa Valley Community Arts, and Emily Stoville, Manager of Culture and Curator for the Empire District Museum. They're here today to present the concept and vision for the Art Gallery of Ottawa Valley. This new initiative, which was led by Anya through Ottawa Valley Community Arts, included collaboration and support from a cross-section of cultural, artistic, historical, Indigenous representatives and organizations, as well as municipal partners and the 3 divisions of Melissa Marquardt's Economic Development Team. So please come to the podium for your presentation.
Hello. Thank you for that introduction. I guess we don't need to introduce ourselves now, do we? First, I wanted to thank you for joining us today. Emily and I are both members of the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley Seedling Committee. And in this presentation, we'll bring you up to date on what the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley is all about and how you can get involved. Also wanted to note that we'll be sending out a summary document later today or tomorrow with all the pertinent details, so don't feel that you need to take lots of notes. Oh. Am I pointing in the right direction? Oh, I'm there. Okay, great. So first, some background about Ottawa Valley Community Arts. We're a not-for-profit organization that was founded in 2011. And so far, we've done 30-plus grant-funded projects in the Ottawa Valley with a value of over $1 million into the local economy. We've reached over 50,000 people in 20 communities, and we've hosted over 100 workshops, events, performances, and exhibitions. So, how have we achieved all of this? Our mandate is to promote the integration of arts into the lives of individuals, families, and communities in the Ottawa Valley. We work in partnership with local, cultural, municipal, and service organizations to bring people together to explore their stories, images, and creative possibilities. We co-create all of these workshops and projects designed to enhance creative, personal growth and community well-being. So, although our focus is community arts, over the years we have identified two other areas of focus that are crucial to the health of not only our organization, but for the larger Ottawa Valley arts economy. And those two areas are professional support for artists and creative people, and the building of public arts infrastructure here in the Ottawa Valley. So these two areas actually go beyond the capacity of one small community arts organization and require some outside support. What have we learned and how have we learned it? So we have identified the need to support artists and the building of public infrastructure, and so then we applied to the Ontario Trillium Foundation for a pop-up art project. Between 2018 and 2023, we designed, built, and populated mini art galleries embedded into existing community spaces, such as hospitals, libraries, coffee shops, recreation centers, and visitor centers. We curated exhibits, workshops that traveled throughout the galleries to share our stories of our rural experiences. And we designed interactive engagement activities to collect evaluation data to help us understand what the impact was. And we learned that we create resilient and connected communities, public art enhances well-being, and economic development. So, after pop-up art finished in 2023, we used these learnings to apply for a grant from the Canada Council for the Arts to create a business plan for the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley. Right, so I would like all of us to take a moment to imagine that right now we are in an Ottawa Valley forest of trees. Think about their roots in the ground, their strong trunks, and their outstretched branches. This is how we envision the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley, rooted in land, community, connected across the valley, reciprocal, nurturing to participants, partners, and communities, and taking the time it needs to grow organically using the resources it has available. So I'd like to read the vision statement. We envision a system of interconnected galleries and programming spaces across the watershed of what is now known as the Ottawa Valley in the unceded, unsurrendered ancestral territories of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. The AGOV will nurture artists, creative people, and communities by providing accessible, welcoming, and inclusive spaces for artistic growth, economic growth, and collective community well-being. We envision a future where all residents of the Ottawa Valley can access art within 30 minutes of their home. So, with this foundation based on the knowledge that trees hold, we envision a centrally managed network of satellite gallery spaces integrated into existing public infrastructure across the Ottawa Valley. These spaces are both outdoor and indoor and can range in scale to accommodate the host facilities. The AGOV will also include a catalog of programming spaces that exist in our facilities that can be adopted for workshops and programming. The outdoor spaces can be installations in public areas like parks and trails and can be permanent or temporary. And of course, the AGOV will be accessible via website. Emily.
Hello again. It's a real pleasure to see you again. It's a joy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. We wanted to make sure that we talked to you a little bit about the impact this work would have in the communities that we work with. So, for example, in our prior, we work a lot with Anya's team because the public art contributes substantial impact with respect to community sense of belonging, their well-being, tourism, and economic development. So, for example, in our cultural night market, we worked with Anya's team to provide 2 art booths. And those art booths are not only part of how we make the cultural night market a more dynamic and creative space, but they're also an opportunity for neighbors to think about the past and how it connects with the present. So she and her team developed an artist and a descendants booth where we connected a letter to our ancestors and with a letter to our descendants. And so that combination of those two and how we position ourselves in connecting those two groups of people is a really empowering moment for people to think about their role in the present and how they might want to act in the future. So the art that we're talking about is inspirational in very deep and real immediate ways, and it's part of what we're doing in the museum to bring this thinking into our strategic planning. And that will give us a way to connect with the way our neighbors are thinking about the future and the way that they're thinking about their present and how they're problem solving in both those moments. So I really just want to communicate this immediate impact for the well-being of our neighbors in this work. Thank you. So this connects directly to our neighboring businesses as well. So the Cultural Night Market also is a case study of the kind of ways that we can play out this connection across different communities. Connects new visitors to businesses in our community. It also connects new visitors to smaller businesses that are vendors at the market. So both brick and mortar and also people that are setting up booths at the market. So the art and the culture and the creativity that is connected through initiatives like Anya's work and in the potential for the art galleries of the Ottawa Valley, again, create an opportunity for people to connect. It's a moment of connection created by the art energy. So one of the reasons why I chose to support this initiative was to actually create an active moment where we would connect with artists and build a network so that their creativity can guide how we do this work with our neighbors and how we make healthy and sustainable organizations in the future. It's only through that creative knowledge and experience that we're able to generate these meaningful moments, and it's using the tool of art that we're allowed to do that. The other thing is that it's what we call in the museum the Tao of Hoopty. So it's not an enormous amount of investment right at the beginning in order to create these long-lasting and powerful impacts for our neighboring businesses and our communities. So we invest very little initially, but that creativity that's leveraged by the team that Anya works with is going to then build that incredible impact both personally and economically for our communities. There you go.
Last slide. Okay, so what is the impact that we want to have here in Renfrew County? That's the big question. As you can see on this chart, currently in Canada, the culture GDP is $63.2 billion. Within that, the whole of Ontario is $26 billion, which is almost half of the whole GDP for the whole country. And just recently, thanks to the Arts Council of Ontario, they've just commissioned a study. And within that study, there was a model developed to, for the first time, understand the impact regionally within Ontario. And so we now know that here within Eastern Ontario, 2.7 billion is what we generate for culture here. But you can see Renfrew County, question marks. We don't know what our portion of that big culture pie is here currently. And we want to know, we want to be part of it, and we want to grow it. And so we have all of the ingredients to be part of this big economic culture engine in Canada. But as I just said, we don't currently have the infrastructure to build that cultural sector to track and understand how we fit into this big picture. So the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley will allow us to better understand our cultural economy and how to leverage our significant assets and become part of this big picture. Okay, so I lied. One more slide, but it's quick. Let's see it. So how can municipal government move the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley forward? There's a whole bunch of things that we can do, that you can do to help. So we can recognize the Art Gallery of the Ottawa Valley as an inclusive economic and social development. Really, what we'd like to know is, so you are the experts within your communities. We want to know what you recommend, what's working for you, and how can the AGOV connect with you and build your economy and build your community well-being. You can start an AGOV fund. The funds can be based on municipal population and size of the AGOV presence within your municipality. We've learned through the Ontario Arts Council that for every dollar invested in public arts, $25 goes back into the immediate community. So just as an example, if every municipality plus the City of Pembroke contributed a minimum of $1,000 a year, that turns into like $450,000 going straight back into the community. And obviously it goes up and up. You can integrate AGOV into your community planning, and you can partner with artists and organizations, obviously such as ours, to integrate into your planning. And you can do that by providing free exhibition space and municipally owned infrastructure, create policies that integrate arts into community development, and again, connect with us to connect you with artists for your events. And we can work together to apply for funding as well, because collaboration and teamwork is what get things done here in the Valley, as we all know. Okay, I'm sorry for going over time.
Yes, Gwen is a taskmaster like you wouldn't believe. Thankfully, you have me here as your buffer.
You're right, it is the intimidation club.
So thank you very much for that. And I was remiss in not recognizing our longtime friend Carmen Gould from one of the ministries. I'm not sure what your new ministry title is now, because the ministry changes letterhead. But Carmen has been a long-time promoter of everything arts, everything culture, and everything recreation. No stranger to every one of us in the chamber, so thank you for being here. And Anya, I was a big fan of the last venture because I was at 2 or 3 of your events, but the one that strikes me the most was the pop-up gallery in Renfrew at the Tourism and Culture, or Tourism Center, and there was a full house. I think it was a day and a half or 2 days at each time. It was truly illuminating for me, who still has a a dog on a black canvas as my favorite piece of art in our house, in the furnace room, because that's only where I'm allowed to hang it. But in all seriousness, it was a very a good experience for me to learn, and I'm glad to see that you folks are still promoting it, and I like the return on investment number. I think those are the kind of numbers that we need to hear. The 20,000 in theory could generate 450,000, so that's a very impressive number. And just before I stop rattling and let people ask questions, we have the foyer here, and most of our municipal buildings, I think, you look at Renfrew County Place as well, the long foyer in that area, are locations that, should you wish to schedule something, I'm sure, we would be open to that. And then, not speaking too broadly, but I know my friends in the chambers here are also strong advocates for arts and culture, and would likely welcome some kind of a display, at times in their buildings as well. So with that, I'll throw open to questions, and member from Evanston Bromley, and then Blanchard Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you for the presentation. I think that all too often we do not recognize the economic value of the arts here. I will note I have seen that piece of art at the Wardens, and what's kind of interesting is the golden retriever is actually holding 5 aces in that picture at the poker table. I'm kind of curious on the slide just before that one. I'm wondering what the source of the data, the economic data or impact data is on those various lines. In particular, the Eastern Ontario, I'm wondering, is that something, maybe this is the warden would have more insight into this. Is this something that the Eastern Ontario warden tracks, or perhaps, Anya, if you could identify what the source of that is?
Sure, yeah. So the Ontario Arts Council recently partnered with Nordici, and they created this this report, which there's a link to it in the package I'm going to send out. And so that's where those figures come, that figure from Eastern Ontario comes from. And so together they, for the first time ever, this is a brand new initiative, have designed a mechanism for understanding what the impacts are within the regions within Ontario.
Supplementary.
In following up on that, even if, in fact, they might not be engaged to get onto a more granular level, as is suggested on that very slide, is ultimately the metrics that they are using, is that something that we could, of our own volition, be able to generate some local information?
I don't know exactly, because I don't know the metrics, but my hope is yes. Like, that's what I'm really excited to be able to do, is to one day be able to say, oh, okay, within Eastern Ontario, because Eastern Ontario also includes Ottawa and Kingston, which is a very different demographic from where we are. So my vision is that we can have our own metrics here within Renfrew County to be able to, in really detail, understand our own cultural economy and be able to build on it and grow it. Yes.
Emily, please.
Pardon me. The Creative Cities Network of Canada will provide baseline numbers for that through a culture statistics program that they have. Armprior participates in that program, and if you'd like more information, I can provide it to you. But it would be a great starting point to then look at the impact of this work as we move forward. The other thing I would comment about this table is to consider those numbers in the face of sports investment. So actually the GDP contribution of sports is much, much lower than culture, but we often see a much higher investment in sports than in culture. So these numbers are really powerful and helpful. Nothing against sports, we love sports as well, but it's just when we saw these numbers ourselves, we were very surprised when we look at the investments that are made. So it's important to see that difference.
Second supplementary, and then Blanchard Valley.
Thank you very much. And only because of the final comment, what I would suggest is, and I do not mean this tongue-in-cheek whatsoever, is I imagine the wagering on the arts is probably a fairly small thing. Conversely, I think wagering in sports is a pretty large component to that as well. So perhaps that is something we can initiate is some kind of bookie service on the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I love everything about this. I can't draw a stick person, but my entire house is filled with original art, a lot from a gentleman from White Lake. Our municipal office, to the Warden's point, is filled with local artist work, and our council chamber has it, our admin office has it. And instead of creating, as you said, a designated fund, our council said yes. And now the village of Eganville has 25 painted doors by local artists. And people stop. They stop to look at those doors. They stop to look at our historical murals. They're stopping more than we've ever seen them before. And I wish I could get a handle on what that means to Bonnechere Valley. And we also have, of course, the Bonnechere Inspired Tour. And respectfully, I own a piece of art from the show Suits, and my husband bought it at auction. So there is bidding going on art. So there you go. But yeah, I love everything about this. I'd love to know where Renfrew County fits in to that 2.7 billion. And you did bring up that Ottawa and Kingston, they're going to make up probably the majority, but I bet with our local artisans and the Madawaska tour and our tour, like there's a lot of art going on here. It's just not being done by me. Thank you.
Yeah, just to reiterate, as you're saying, Jen, we have all of the ingredients. We have a really rich and talented population of artists and creative people. And I separate them because creative people are folks that are making art at home on their kitchen tables, and maybe they're selling at markets, maybe not, but they're doing it, and we want to be able to enable them to grow and turn their art making, if they choose, into a business that can then also be tracked and become part of the GDP numbers in the end.
Thank you. Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I agree. This is intriguing because we spend a lot of our time, and we mentioned it already, talking about recreation and the infrastructure that we have for recreation. And I can speak, we have lots of infrastructure in the Whitewater region for recreation, but I'm not sure we have as much investment and effort into culture and arts. So I really liked your approach, your analogy to a tree and growing and recognizing that it's going to take time, but it needs to start now. I had one question for you and then one for staff, if I could, Warden. We, in a small rural municipality such as Whitewater, we access our culture and arts through our historical society and our library. We have limited amount of funds that we pour into them. They're the ones that are hosting the arts exhibits. They're the ones that are decorating our municipal office and our other municipal buildings with local art or other items. Are you linked in with those? Are they part of that tree that you're referring to?
Absolutely. Yeah, they're the cornerstone, really, of what we're starting. And one of the key elements of our plan is we're not talking about building a huge multi-million-dollar art center somewhere in the middle of Renfrew County. That's not feasible at this time. But what we're talking about is partnering with libraries and recreation facilities and municipal spaces, and in some cases businesses as well, to host these satellite galleries that would be located all around. So it really is a low investment at this point for a high revenue. There's a lot we can do with a small investment. And then eventually, maybe we're in a position to have multiple amazing arts facilities across the region.
Perfect. If I continue, Warden?
Yes.
Yeah. And I would also add another category you haven't mentioned, but Carmen knows, our seniors active living centers, we have 14 of them. The seniors love art, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, they're always building barn quilts and all these kinds of things. So yet another resource that we have in many of our communities that can be accessed as part of your tree. My next question is towards staff, Warden. It was mentioned in the presentation about including arts and culture as part of our developmental plan, our development plan. And I know that we have allocations in the official plan for things like green space. Does that include arts and culture? Do we need to reconsider the official plan to mention or refer to arts and culture?
Mr. Davis?
Through you, Warden, a very good question, because when it was presented that way too, my same thought was there, where we do have green space allocations, but I don't think it's dedicated towards art style of projects, just green space. So I will bring this back to our Manager of Planning Services, Bruce Howard, to see where you can incorporate that into the official plan and zoning bylaws.
Thank you. Member from Greater Madawaska and then Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, through you. Just a general question. In Greater Madawaska, we've had several art in the parks down by the river and stuff. Is that something, and it's done through our recreational committee, is that something that they can link in with you to maybe to liaise with, to maybe get more artists or something? Is that something that's in this project as well?
Yes, absolutely. I encourage anybody to contact me with these kind of questions, and we can figure out a solution together.
Okay, thank you.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for promoting the incredible array of talented and creative individuals across Renfrew County. So what I'm hearing is pop-up galleries is not functioning anymore, but how would a community get involved in these satellite galleries? And a satellite gallery, is the artwork just on display, or is it also for sale?
Yeah, so again, so we're in the early stages of this project. I mean, early-ish, mid-early. We've done lots of work, but we don't have any, construction plans or anything at this point. We're actually waiting to hear back from Canada Council for the Arts grant to start some of the work on the foundational documents and drawing up plans and things. So if you're interested in being part of this right off the get-go, again, let's talk. I can come to you and we can discuss specifically for your community. Was there a follow-up question, a second question that I've missed?
Is the artwork just on display, or would it be for sale?
So it would be a combination. There would be probably one exhibit that would be curated that would travel through all of the satellite galleries annually, and then the other exhibits would be for sale, and so that would be part of the income generation to support the AGOV.
Yes.
Follow-up, thanks. And newcomers to the area who are artists, how would they get involved with your organization?
So they can hop onto our website or our social media and join our mailing list. And then they'll be receiving all communications every time we send out calls or any information about programming.
And another one.
Final one, thank you. And would you be willing to come to our individual municipalities and give a similar presentation to what you've done today, especially in terms of the financial ask?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Emily, please.
I'd just like to let you know that the Ottawa Valley Community Arts Organization is available to do a lot of this work. We've contracted with them to do initial projects with us, and so an excellent way of finding out what the AGOV is going to look like in your municipalities and your communities is to work directly with the Ottawa Valley Community Arts Organization, and they'll get the ball rolling for you, and as the larger regional initiative takes form, you'll already be connected, and so you'll be folded into that future larger project. So I encourage you to reach out and work with Anya's artist because they will give you an incredible experience and enrich all the practices that you're already undertaking and give that extra value added experience for everybody.
Member from Killaloe, Haggerty Richards, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I think we're sort of really connected. What I'm hearing is that you've made me think that maybe we're not doing enough. And maybe we have to stand up and do a little more in our municipality. And certainly we will be asking you to come forward and give us a presentation to rekindle staff and our councillors. And thank you for the presentation again.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I should just add that we already do have quite a big presence in Killaloe, just because of that's where I live.
I'm fully aware, but I didn't want to disclose that.
Thank you. And I have one question, but it's actually for Carmen. So you may want to come up to a mic. The question I have is, I do recall that there was an economic development initiative, I thought, between the City of Pembroke and Renfrew County Community about 2013 or 14 that generated a series of numbers, and there was a final report. Is that accurate?
There have been, there have been many consultations and county-wide meetings over the years. The mapping project, I think, is the one that you're referring to, and that was a partnership between the county and the City of Pembroke. Yes, there are a lot of data within that document as well, but I think a lot of that information still holds true today. And there are a few people here know that I've summarized very thoroughly what has been done from an arts and culture point of view within Renfrew County within the last 20 years. That's including our designation of the Ottawa River as a Canadian Heritage River. There are only 43 designated rivers across this country, so we should be proud. So there are a lot of cultural arts type of things going on. The one thing I want to mention about the stats, Michael, that you were asking about, the Ontario Arts Council, I think there could be a possibility that they partner up with the Rural Ontario Institute, who have recently been working on the community well-being. So there are some indicators there that we can maybe work with them. So I don't know if I answered your question, Peter?
Quite thoroughly, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, seeing no further questions, again, thank you very much. We always enjoy enthusiastic and informative presentations, and that's what makes our community so special, is that people invest in it. Different aspects, whether it's arts and culture, or whether it's about stamping out cancer. So we're always very impressed with the effort people make to promote their beliefs and their causes and their way of living and their way of being healthy. And arts and culture does contribute to our overall health. So again, thank you very much. We're certainly appreciative of it, and within our capacity to assist, we will do that. Canada used to have a reputation for promising all sorts of aid except what you actually needed. But I think Canada is evolving, and with that, we as a population, so we will provide what we can individually and probably collectively. So thank you.
Thank you all, and I look forward to hearing from any of you that are interested in following up with me.
We will now move to the committee, correspondence.
Thank you, Warden. All the correspondence, as per the norm, has gone to the appropriate committee.
Great, thank you. Committee reports, and Chair DNP, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of a Whole, Development and Property, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution number 1 is the Arnprior Regional Health Memorandum of Understanding, resolution number DP-CC-25-08-80. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council directs the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer, Deputy Clerk, to execute a Memorandum of Understanding with Arnprior Regional Health regarding the utilization of a portion of the surplus building The Old Grove, located at 275 Ida Street North, Arnprior, Ontario, for seniors' transitional housing initiatives, campus of care, and/or other related collaborative projects. The background is attached. Item number 2 is the Bonshire Manor Development Memorandum of Understanding, Resolution Number DP-CC-25-08-82, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council directs the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer, Deputy Clerk, to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Town of Renfrew regarding the development project at Bonshire Manor. Once again, this project is going to be called, or is being called, Generations, and it's to develop a campus of care adjacent to the lodge or the manor. And that is all respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you, Chair. Comments, questions, concerns from about item number 1? Item number 2? The report as a whole? And could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. You've heard the report. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And with that, we'll move to committee report from operations. Chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Corporation, to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of the County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information items. 1, contract award for engineering services, and all the details are there. Item number 2, resolutions. Support for a nation-building 2+1 highway program on Highway 17 and 11, phased implementation, and federal-provincial partnerships under the Building Canada Act. And do you want me to read that whole thing? Okay.
No, I think we've been able to
Mr.
read it.
Perkins was generous enough to read it at committee, so. But just briefly, just advancing the advocacy that we've been doing for a number of years now on the expansion of Highway 417, the expansion of Highway 17 to 4-laning it and some options. I can get through that one. Bylaws. We have item number 3, which is the recommendation for a community safety zone in the town of Renfrew, and the information that goes with that. Item number 4, the property purchase on Foymount Road that goes to support the work that we've been doing on County Road 512, and just some of the delays over time. And I believe this one, the process had expired, so we had to look at it again. Item number 5, Banting Drive from Highway 17 to Hillcrest Avenue in the town of Deep River. The recommendation for once upgraded to the standards that the county would take it on as a county road. And the evaluation is both done by the town of Deep River and subsequently county staff, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you, Chair. Comments, questions, concerns, discussion about item number 1 of the report. Item number 2. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I just have a small concern about, I'm in favor of this resolution and us supporting it, but there's just a couple of sections there that concern me in terms of us and our advocacy of the 4-laning of the entire length of 417 between Renfrew and the western end of our county. Because in this resolution, there are a couple of sections, paragraph 5 and paragraph 9, where it states that the 2+1 between Renfrew and Sudbury is the preferred option. And I'm just thinking, if we put that in there, and then we back a resolution that has those two little sections in there, are we giving up our advocacy and our right to advocate for the 4-laning of the entirety of Highway 17 between Renfrew and the western end of the county? So what I'm proposing is that we keep the resolution as it is, but in paragraph 5 and paragraph 9, the two little, in parentheses, sections where it says from Renfrew to Sudbury, in terms of the 2+1, that we just remove those two.
So if I may, the warden certainly has more knowledge and information than I, but so this has come from supporting a resolution that came from FONOM. So that's item number 1, and item 2 is the fact that we know that MTO has already prioritized that stretch. It's already in their work plan. So I think validating that, there's some merit to it, but I wouldn't disagree with what you said also. Maybe the warden's been dealing with FONOM on the end, AMO or Roma or somebody.
So what I could suggest is two things. We're supportive of the thrust of what FONOM is doing, and they've emerged in lockstep with what we've been suggesting for years, which is great news. I think if we view this and maybe manipulate the motion to say Renfrew County instead of Renfrew, because I think that's the confusion, is it could be read as the town of Renfrew. So I think if we insert County of Renfrew in front of where it says Renfrew, then I hope that meets what you're trying to achieve. Please.
So if I'm hearing correctly, so in that phrase, it would say, in the parentheses, it would say from the county of Renfrew to Sudbury. Could we be even more specific and say the western border of the county of Renfrew to Sudbury?
Sure, if you want to make that motion, I think that's a reasonable motion to as an amendment, yes. And
I'll make that motion.
Okay, and seconded by the chair. And discussion on the amendment. Is everybody aware of what the amendment is? And I'm not being sarcastic, it's just sometimes we talk. Yes, sir. Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, I guess my concern is the priority of the 4-laning period from Renfrew through to the end of just past Deep River. That is probably first and foremost in my mind. The 2+1 would be greater beyond that in the northern areas, but I would like to see that it simply includes that statement that 4-laning is the priority here for Renfrew County.
Okay, and I think, if I may, I think collectively they have that impression, and I know the province does, and I know that the federal government does. We're recently in contact with the parliamentary assistant to rural affairs for the federal government, who is taking this on because she is an MPP from the North Bay area, I believe. So we are within that subgroup suggesting it's important to us. So part of what we'd like to do after today is I would send out a letter to each one of you with this motion once we fine tune it, with the understanding that we'd ask you to support it. There would also be the opportunity for your municipality to include your cover letter to our MPP and to our MP, because we think it's a nation-building project. So we're hopeful. Well, we're not hopeful. We know that we've been pressing for 4 lanes, yes. So I don't want to change it too much and cloud it and try and separate it from the larger project. But within the project, our sub project is very prominent, if that gives you any reassurance.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kelly, were you waving at me?
I was just providing a piece of context for your consideration, only because it's part of your motion already. The very last paragraph of the motion in the wrap-up is that, in short, while four-laning the entirety of Highway 17 remains the ultimate goal, etc. I could suggest that you could add the very first statement, whereas four-laning of the entirety of Highway 17 remains the ultimate goal, and then continue with the rest of the whereases after that. But I'm not suggesting changing your motion because it's already there, but it's entirely up to you.
Okay, and Chair, please.
So I don't have any issue with what the statement is, but that's certainly similar to what the warden just said. That could be included in the cover letters that each of us, if we do, that each of us could present and send off to the powers that be. The discussions around this have taken place around, are we taking focus away from the big project with trying to do that? Even at one of our meetings with the ministry, they recognize that they need to the suggestion of breaking up into smaller projects, smaller segments, will probably expedite, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, wrong word, but the project as a whole. So the belief is that having some options for the ministry will actually help the project and not hinder the overall four-laning of Highway 17, Trans-Canada Highway.
Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to add that I'm in support of the amendment. The approach that we just want to make sure that we recognize the importance of this. We recognize the 2+1 as an opportunity for us to take advantage of a nation-building opportunity. But we also don't want to dismiss or put on a back burner the specific needs that we're recognizing in our area. I like the wording that the CAO had recommended, and would support if that was what the mover and seconder wanted to also include in the approach.
So with that, so that would be a separate amendment. So we'll take that if someone wants to make that amendment. And so Laurentian Hills, seconded by Armpire, and discussion on the movement of the whereas as an amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And then the vote on the amendment as proposed by the member from Petawawa, which adds county in front of the word Renfrew. The western part of the county, I'm sorry, in front of the word Renfrew. Yes, Chair.
And that's in the two spots.
That's in the two spots,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. And with that, if I could now call the vote on the amended. Yes, sir. Whitewater, please.
Sorry, Warden, if you're still accepting discussion on the
yes, I am.
Number 2. Okay, thank you. I just wanted the importance of this, and especially now that we're seeing this nation-building theme at the federal and even provincial levels, should we consider reigniting our own Highway 17 committee to talk about some of the, as they're coming to light, some of the issues that any development of Highway 17 within the county is going to have? What are our priorities? What are our considerations? I'm coming at it from a specific bottleneck in Cobden, but I'm sure Laurentian Hills, Petawawa, Laurentian Valley, McNabb-Braeside, we all have similar concerns that we'd like to make sure we can speak to, and if the Highway 17 committee may be that avenue.
So yes, we will bring it together again. It's been one of those things that whenever we have any kind of a progress, we bring the committee back together again. So we will do that as soon as we get through this triage of motions and activity, probably in October. I'm working hard to ensure that we're still invited to a meeting at the end of September with the parliamentary assistant for rural affairs who wants to make a pitch about this as a nation building project. So as I said, we'll send out a letter either today or tomorrow with this motion, and we'll ask you to consider it, and then forward a copy of your resolution should you approve it to our MPP and our MP as well as the Prime Minister's office. So seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. So that was item number 2. So we'll move to item number 3. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none. Item number 4. And item number 5. The report as a whole with the amended motion. Seeing no further discussion, a mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And consent items. Staff reports. We do not have a closed session, as my understanding. So we do not have to rise. We do not have matters. And I don't see any reports listed from external boards. Notice of motions, and the member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. I do have a notice that I'd like to provide to County Council, and appreciate that you may direct me to a committee if necessary. So I'd like to make a notice of motion with respect to the FCM Tree Canopy Grant Program. The intent of this notice will be to seek council support to have staff prepare a review of this program with a view of offering constructive feedback to FCM and the federal government on how municipalities, small rural or small urban like ours here in the county of Renfrew, can take advantage of the over $170 million dedicated but inaccessible to our county. I will be asking County Council to consider this. Even though the corporation does not qualify for this grant, it has the expert staff, specifically Lacey Rose, who can offer all of us insight on this opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, now now I'm not confused. All right, so what I would suggest is that it could come to development and property, and with that, the chair, if you wouldn't mind taking notice of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden.
And now I'll move to, are there any other notices of motion? Seeing none, we'll move to members' written motions. And the member from Whitewater. This is where my confusion grew from. I was reading this thinking, this isn't what I've done.
Oh no, second topic. Is it necessary to read it? Is that...
Does anybody need it read? Okay, seeing that, we won't have it read. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second it to get it on the table.
Okay, so a member from McNabb side. And without reviewing it clause by clause, are there any comments? And I imagine Whitewater, you'd like to speak to it?
Thanks, Warden. When I did provide the notice, I provided some context. There is a whole bunch of work going on about this already with, I know John at the City of Arnprior has put in a bunch of information and feedback in. The CAO from Monash Valley has provided a bunch of information about CMO's initiatives as part of a delegation at AMO. AMO has written its own letter in June or July to the province outlining how this is going to be a problem. We saw in the news just last week where the school boards in Ottawa are now asking kids to bring their recycling home with them because they can't find a way to get it picked up because it's a private responsibility. If we don't do something to ensure we keep recycling out of our landfills, it will impact us. And I just wanted to see if we could get a county position on this to reinforce to the province that, yes, we need to cut through the bureaucracy and create one simple system for recycling in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. And further to my colleagues' comments, during our delegation with Minister McCarthy, he was very engaged, and I did say, if my business in Renfrew, if the town of Renfrew takes away recycling, I am going to take my cardboard home, and it's going to go in the recycling in Bonashir Valley. So we're not solving a problem by taking away or changing the way we do business. We're just moving the problem. So Neil's comment about schools. So schools will not have recycling pickup. So they're asking the kids to take it home, but it's still going to recycling pickup or to your waste site. So it made very little sense to me. But after our delegation, I will say that the person from the ministry who's actually in charge of this program chased us out of the room and said, I just have 2 questions, and ended up with about 12 questions for us. So I feel like we've made some progress. I know that this isn't a county initiative and not a county responsibility, but I do think we always speak better as the 17 of us and not in a silo or in a vacuum. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Member from Hamilton Bromley, please.
Thank you. Just, I stand to be corrected, but I think within our municipality, in fact, if it is commercially generated, it is not compliant. So would hazard a guess that it would remain non-compliant even if it was moved to a different municipality if it is generated by a business. That is something to take into consideration.
Yes, as we saw that hair in half, you're right. Thank you. So what I have had conversations with the member from Whitewater about this, and although it does not fit within the direct purview of the county, we also generate recycling at all of our facilities. So it does impact us as a property owner in many municipalities across the county. As well, I think I think the warden's office in this chambers has some responsibility to assist or lead or support in larger issues that impact our community. Is there a criteria for that? No, there isn't. It's sort of based on a feeling of the day. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, the county ran screaming from William Street Chambers when I was there to talk about recycling 20 years ago, 40 years ago, in 1990. But things have changed today, and priorities change, and commitments to the larger well-being of our community. So, what I would suggest to you is that it'll take a little further examination to pick a path forward for us, but I would be supportive of this motion, acknowledging to you that it's not a commitment to spend any kind of funding at this time. It's more to see if we do have a lane going forward with this. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I think that it's important to understand the intent, and it is contained within the resolution. But if one goes back to how recycling often operated, if you recall, even pop bottles when they were glass, milk bottles for that matter, generally speaking, the retail outlets were part of the recycling process, because typically when I finished my pop, I took the bottle back to where I bought it, and I had 10 cents. And it was a bit of a cycle that one would get in. I had now 10 cents to apply to the next bottle that I would buy. No, it is much more recent than that, Councillor Doncaster, but I certainly will defer to your expertise. So it seems, and perhaps, though I don't know this precisely, it seems that in this intent, the generators of the recyclables that ultimately are now responsible for picking up the costs. I would presume that their argument is that commercial entities that are now involved somehow in the chain are also profiting from that. But where that argument falls apart is they're not making the decision as to what the packaging will be. That is still the generators of these materials. And as Councillor Nicholson is saying, so if in fact recycling is not available to them, it is probably going into their waste stream. It is still ending up in our landfills. So it is subverting, or in fact the antithesis of the entire blue box or diversion initiative. So in creating these artificial barriers, it is working against, in fact, the very philosophy or mission of what is done here. And again, it is those companies that are deciding that I need to have that 6-inch square piece of hard plastic that might actually open up a vein on your wrist if you're not careful, or just a 2-inch square. So ultimately, the retail level has incremental at best part of the revenue stream that is generated here and no input into the packaging materials themselves. So there is no basis for this whatsoever in recognizing whether a can of pop shows up at the recycling bin because I take it to my car at the end of the day, finish the Diet Pepsi in my car on my drive home, and it gets into my blue box, instead of putting it in the blue box here, in which case now it is not acceptable in recycling. I can think of scarcely anything that is more insane as we are trying to divert waste than that kind of discrimination.
Member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. So the one thing that one of the rationale behind the institutional and commercial non-eligible entities at the onset, I understand there's a disconnect at what I'm going to say here, but and I'll use an example to try illustrate this. Let's take a municipality, for instance, which would be a non-eligible source. I don't believe the intent was ever to deal with the plastic container or the pop can, but let's use paper for an example. So in a municipality, they are a producer of paper waste. So in that case, waste diversion is looking at this as, so that commercial entity is creating that waste, so they should be responsible for it. If you look at the food industry, outside of plastic and metal cans, all of the food waste, if it's not part of recycling, but if that's part of waste diversion and recycling, the commercial entity in the food preparation business is creating that waste. So they are the creators. So I just wanted to put that into perspective. So there are commercial and institutional entities that are creators of waste. It's a little different than a pop can or a plastic container. I understand that, and I know it doesn't help this conversation at all, but I did want to say that.
Thank you. So the larger unspoken issue is that the province muffed this. They had 10 years of consultation. I was involved in a number of those sessions, and I can't even begin to summarize the number of times we told them, do not trust the large producers of waste because they will try and back out of this arrangement. We are 2 years into it, and all of a sudden, this conglomerate they put together is saying, oh, we don't want to take this, we don't want to take that. We mentioned the institutions, we mentioned the local businesses, suggested that why would you want to have them incur additional costs or have the municipality incur additional costs because this stuff's going into your waste stream. So the province, once again, has been held captive by their ideology about business can do it better. Municipalities were recycling long before it became a provincial issue. We recognized we had landfill capacity issues and recycling was a responsible means of trying to meet that and preserve our capacity. And they just ignored that information. So I think it behooves us to get involved again. It's going to be a long battle. Eventually, as all things go around, they'll go around to the last system, likely, in some fashion. Municipalities will have to pull the province out of the ditch again, and we'll see what happens. But anyway, can we, yes, please.
Just one short comment. One of the best things we did in Bonnechere Valley was open up our household hazardous waste depot. The very first day it opened, this is many years ago, there was a lineup to bring the household hazardous waste, which begs the question, where was it going before? It was going in a green garbage bag into our landfill. So I think, we have to be cognizant of that. Any of our businesses, are they just going to stop, as Glenn was talking about, say soup cans, are they just going in the garbage now? Which is not good for capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, like to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, and we'll keep you appraised of what we can generate from this. Thank you. Are there any announcements? Member from Deep River?
Thank you, Warden. If you just give me a second here. I'd like to share with you a very special moment that's taking place in Deep River this evening. At our council meeting tonight, we'll be honoring Kyle Tremblay, a proud resident of Deep River, who has been awarded the King's Coronation Medal. This prestigious national honor was created to mark the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III and is awarded to Canadians who have demonstrated exceptional achievement or made significant contributions to their communities and nation. Kyle is being recognized for not only his dedication and perseverance, but also his remarkable accomplishments at the 2024 Paralympic Games, where he represented Canada with distinction. His journey and success stand as an inspiration to our entire community and beyond. Since Kyle was unable to attend the formal medal ceremony at Rideau Hall earlier this year due to his training schedule and competitions, Mayor Sue Dion and I will have the privilege of presenting this medal to him this evening in his hometown in front of his family, friends, and community. We're incredibly proud of Kyle's achievements, his representation of our county on the world stage, and the honor he brings to Deep River and to Renfrew County as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give him our best as well. I know many of us won't be able to attend that on such short notice, but yes, thank you. Any other new business? Any other announcements? And seeing none, we'll move to bylaws. That the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Member from Amherst Bromley, seconded by member from Head Clare Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. Resolution is that bylaw 117-25 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on September 10, 2025 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Mover is the town of Petawawa and seconded by Bonnechere Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And very quickly, just to touch on our presentation, and I lost it. We have, for years we've had a website, www.ovculture.ca, and there is some page mapping all of our our cultural assets. So if you want to take a look at that as part of your learning curve, just to let you know that we have those present. So with that, like to take a motion that County Council adjourn. Member from North Dakota Wilberforce, second by member from Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. So we will move to Health Committee in about 10 minutes, approximately 10 minutes, 11:05-ish. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Health Committee. It is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. I am calling the meeting to order. With that, Ms. Van Starkenburg, has the roll been called, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. I would invite at this juncture disclosures of pecuniary interest, and if there are any, the general nature thereof, please. I see none. I'd now seek a motion on the minutes of the regular meeting held August 13th, 2025, please. Councillor Mayville, seconded by Councillor Brose. Committee, any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'd now seek a motion to approve the minutes from the closed session of the August 13th meeting, noting that if in fact there are any questions or comments, we would have to devolve into closed. I would seek a motion, though, please. Councillor Watt, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Council, any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? I think that it is appropriate at this point to identify that when the agenda report was delivered, there was no closed session. There will, in fact, be a closed session. We're very happy to have Councillors Purcell and Lafreniere in the room today so as to facilitate a more fulsome update on the paramedic base station in the city of Pembroke. So we will devolve into closed session at that point where we can entertain that conversation. There are no delegations or presentations this morning. Go directly into communications, and there was one from the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction correspondence. Very pleased to receive this notification and recognizing that the scourge continues to gain traction at a municipal, provincial, and national level, and is substantially rising up in the hierarchy of importance. And this goes a long way towards demonstrating that as well. Any questions or comments? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thanks, Chair. When I looked at this, it made me think of the initiative that we're doing right now, led by the health unit and the OVOHT. And I just wanted to confirm they don't share the addresses that they distributed this letter to, but can we make sure it gets on that, and I've lost the name of the committee, the drug strategy?
The steering committee, the Renfrew County and District Health Unit's steering committee is the full name, I think, but it doesn't fit on the sweater, on the hockey sweaters.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that this is put in the hands of the organizations most apt to be able to use it.
Yeah, we will undertake to do that. Warden Emo.
Thank you. Chief Nolan and I attended this, I hate to use the word summit, it's overused, this meeting in Timmins last year. And so I'm on their mailing list, and I will ensure that it gets to the health unit and out as soon as it's announced in Halifax. So we've had some subsequent conversations as they formed this document they're sending out. And they do focus on these actions being doable for smaller municipalities. That's the message we wanted to get to them was, look, we don't have tons of resources. We need a flexible blueprint on how to respond. And I think you'll be pleased with the document because I think it reflects the fact that smaller can actually achieve some things. At that point, we're on the very early days of MESA, so we shared information, follow up to them about the importance of it and the success of of reducing opioid deaths at the time. I've subsequently sent an email with our new numbers. I think the last one was in June when I sent the information to them, and also gave them some information from the dashboard of VTAC as well, linking that. For us, the opioid response was part of our overall commitment to a healthy community, and went back to the I lost the term, the social determinants of health. Yes, I drew back to that. I'm sorry, I drew a blank If I don't write it down, I get a blank. So anyway, it is part of our overall strategy, so I'll get the information out to everybody as fast as I get it, which I think is towards the end of this month in Halifax. Unfortunately, I couldn't fit that trip in, but anyway.
Thank you very much. Any further question or comment? Then the recommendation is that the communications be received as information. I believe, Ms. Van Starkenburg, I would need a resolution as well for that. Thank you. I'd receive a resolution moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. All in favor? That is carried. Moving on then to consent reports. You will find, for those of you on a PDF, as I am, you'll find those beginning on page 16. For those of you in the digital atmosphere, I have no idea. Find it yourself. With that, Mr. Quaid, I believe that there are only a couple of items, and if you just highlight those items for us, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Item number 1 is hiring more nurses in our nurse practitioners program. So the ministry announced some additional funding for hiring more nurse practitioners, and we are utilizing that funding at Bonachere Manor. Unfortunately, it was unavailable for Miramichi Lodge because their nurse practitioner is funded under another envelope. Item number 2 is our Ministry of Long-Term Care inspection reports. So both homes have received their proactive compliance inspection, and very proud to say that we have only received one written notification for each home. And item number 3 is the Renfrew County Health Unit inspection reports. Both homes were inspected. There were no items found at Bonachere Manor of non-compliance, and at Miramichi Lodge, there was just some additional education provided to staff that was remedied. And lastly, there are some quotations, number 4, for a sprinkler upgrade and a lighting upgrade for LED lighting upgrade. And lastly, number 5, under delegated authority, we are looking to merge our point-click care system, which is our electronic medical record system at both homes. We're aligning it with OLIS. Ontario is essentially looking to streamline our lab access, and this is going to help us to do this. It was also passed through our IT department to ensure privacy legislation is made. There's no additional cost to the county for this technology. And lastly, we did receive some funding from the ministry for some localized priority funding. And this is a one-time funding that was utilized to purchase some equipment for portable lifts and slings for our residents at Miramichi Lodge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Recommendation that they, we do both. Before we move on to the LTC consent, are there any questions or comments on any item on, on the long-term care consent items? Warden Emo, please.
Thank you. I know we don't need anything else to do, but can we put number 1 in the red tape file? Why are we having nurse practitioners hired or funded by 2 different programs? And I know in speaking with the directors of long-term care over the years, there's always so many different reporting procedures for different packets of money. And so can we just put this in that, and as we get closer to maybe AMO next year or Roma, we cite some of these answers or some of these examples, because this is just one of maybe 75. I don't know the number. But anyway, thank you.
I would think that we can absolutely do that. It was my presumption that one of them was for left-handed personal support workers and one was for right-handed personal support workers. Any further questions or comments, any of the consent items? Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just the question under delegated authority for lifts and slings, are these replacing existing or are they additional?
Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. These are just replacement slings, and they're additional what we call Sarah lifts for our staff to promote independence with our residents as opposed to a complete mechanical lift. Residents are able to utilize their upper extremities while they're being transferred. So an enhancement in our independence for our residents as well. The lifts are newer to the home and have been very well received by residents and staff.
Thank you. Anything further on the consent item? Just of note, and this is almost a recurring thing, when I note the Ministry of Long-Term Care inspection reports, I'm wondering, Mr. Kelly, perhaps if you can advise, do we actually have an office set aside now for the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care inspectors?
It is certainly a conversation that Mr. Quaid and I have had.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more, then I would call the question. Oh, sorry, no, we aren't there yet. I will now yield to Deputy Chief Larish. Very welcome here this morning instead of Chief Nolan. I do note that he has joined from virtual realm, but please take us through the consent report from Emergency Services.
No, thank you, through you, Chair. So consent 1, we are very excited that the Ministry of Health has formally approved our Smart Transportation Initiative. This was in a regional approach to the low acuity disposition patient care model. This is, if you recall, back in late 2024, this was reimbursed through the City of Ottawa through Ontario Health. And this model represents a significant culture shift in, well, basically the future of paramedicine, bringing the right care to the right patients at the right time, and really enhances our ability to use MESA, VTAC, the assessment centers, and avoid unnecessary emergency room transports. So we're happy to get that started, and it's just the beginning for that. Consent number 2, so the CSA copyright agreement, the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service, they are a chair on the Community Paramedic Provincial Knowledge Exchange Committee, and the whole purpose of that committee is creating a framework of competency for the community paramedics and basically guiding that education and the progression of that portfolio moving forward. This is a provincial movement and strengthens the healthcare system. In order to facilitate that, the CSA, who are also partnering with this, have a copyright fee of $7,500. So that would be reimbursed by Ontario Health through a transfer agreement.
Thank you very much. Just the 2 items. Committee, any questions or comments? I'll begin with Councillor Mayville, and next would be Councillor Lafreniere, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad the cost on item number 2 is being picked up, but why would there be an excessive charge of $7,500 for a copyright fee? Like, is it because we're getting so many copies, or what is the reasoning behind that?
Deputy Chief, please.
Through you, Chair. My understanding is that the CSA group are protective of the materials that they're presenting. And in order for us to have full access to those and provide these copies, which are typically paid for, this is the reason for that $7,500 transfer.
Thank you. Councillor Lafreniere, please.
Thank you. My question's in regards to the smart transportation model. Sounds really interesting. So how is this changing the role of the paramedic now? I know that they can already go into someone's home, assess them. Does this give them the ability to refer them directly to specialists or other care? So just clarify, what will the real difference be in their role?
Deputy Chief, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. No, that's a great question. So yes, this is a direct patient care pathway referral discharge type of program that gives the paramedics a direct clinical pathway to leave you in your home, bring you to an alternative site if needed. And we'll be working on those pathways as we move forward, but this is an official notification that we have approval to move forward with this from the ministry level.
Yeah, that is wonderful. So thank you for that.
Any further questions or comments, please? I see none. I'd now seek a mover to that the consent reports be received as information, please. Warden Emo, seconded by Councillor Hoddinott. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much. We'll move directly into discussion reports. And again, we will kick off with long-term care, please. Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution number 1, business case for food service worker hours at Bonashare Manor. Recommendation that Health Committee recommends the County Council approve an additional 1,824 hours per year of part-time food service worker for hours at Bonashare Manor, effective October 1st, 2025.
Could I get a mover, please? Councillor Grills, seconded by Councillor Nicholson. Background, please, Mr. Quaid.
Sorry. The background, food service worker plays a vital role in supporting the health and well-being of the overall quality of life of our residents. As an integral member of the home's interdisciplinary team, the food service worker contributes to the delivery of high-quality meals, ensures resident diet orders are followed as prescribed by the registered dietitian, and upholds food safety standards to maintain cleanliness and sanitation throughout the food service area. Beyond nutritional support, food service workers contribute to a positive dining environment that enhances residents' daily experience. They help create a pleasurable, dignified dining atmosphere, which is essential to a person-centered care. As we have implemented the butterfly model at Bonashare Manor, a key initiative within our strategic plan on Pinnacle North, additional food service worker hours are required to support the enhanced dining experience and to align with this model. Specifically, the needs included are a slower, more relaxed meal service requiring extended staff presence, the use of tablecloths and decor, which necessitates additional time for setup, takedown, and cleaning, management of new resident accessible kitchenette, which must be stocked, cleaned, and maintained by our food service workers. And in alignment with our strategic plan initiative, Employer of Choice, increasing food service worker hours also supports staff retention by enabling the offering of longer, more stable shifts, enhancing job satisfaction and work-life balance. The addition of the food service worker hours is essential to ensure consistent, high-quality services on the Pinnacle unit for our butterfly model of care. It supports the successful implementation of the butterfly model. It enhances resident experiences and contributes to staff retention and satisfaction, aligning with both quality and strategic workforce goals.
Thank you very much. Seek a mover, please. Councillor Rose, no, you can't move. Ms. Van Starkenberg.
Sorry, we already have a mover and a seconder.
Oh, we do for this resolution. Thank you so much. Questions, comments? Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. There's just one comment I was hoping to get a little bit of understanding of, and it's I think it's in the background portion. Mr. Quaid mentioned that it will enable the offering of longer, more stable shifts, enhancing job satisfaction, work-life balance. We're talking about adding an FTE. How does it change the shift lengths?
Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So essentially, our food service department has kind of quirky hours, a 5-6 hour shift. So to ensure we're enhancing these meal times, we're able to offer longer shifts. So instead of a 4-hour shift, we're offering a 5 or 6 hour shift so that we're able to catch both the lunch and the breakfast. It's not necessarily adding an FTE, it's adding to several part-time individuals.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Oh, Councillor Frenier, please.
Through the chair, I understand the explanation. So the other homes, Miramichi, have they already added hours to food services there?
Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, Miramichi Lodge had done this and was accredited last year. So Bonashare Manor is currently in the process of seeking accreditation, hopefully in the new year.
Thank you very much.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. On to item 2, please, Mr. Quaid.
for Miramichi Lodge. Sorry. Recommendation that Health Committee recommends County Council approve an additional 3,368 hours a year of part-time personal support worker hours for Miramichi Lodge, effective October 1st as well.
Thank you. I would now once again seek a mover, please. Councillor Weir, seconded by Councillor Service. Background, please, Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The additional of funded PSW hours as proposed further supports efforts to ensure optimal resident care that is also consistent with achieving our provincially mandated 4 hours of resident care per day. As of June 30th, 2025, actual direct hours of care were 3 hours and 36 minutes per resident per day. The additional PSW hours as required will allow the home to schedule additional care on the night shift specifically. As resident care acuity continues to rise in our long-term care homes, these additional hours will be beneficial towards achieving improved resident care outcomes and improved supervision and safety between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. when staffing levels are at their lowest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Once again, questions, comments, beginning with Councillor Service, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think it's great that we're getting up to our provincially mandated 4 hours. I'm just wondering, are there difficulties in finding PSWs? Do you foresee any problems achieving this staffing?
Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think we've made some great strides. I think everywhere across Ontario is having difficulty securing specifically healthcare workers. We're all kind of vying for those individuals, but fortunately with Miramichi Lodge, we've had good success, in Bonnechere Manor recently has had a lot of success in recruitment and retention, and with these increased staffing hours, we've seen, based on some staffing surveys, some increased job satisfaction, which is promoting recruitment and retention for both homes. So I anticipate we will have more success as we go along, and we've seen a little uptake with the programs at Algonquin College in this past year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to get just a clarification on the term provincially mandated 4 hours of care. So the question is the 4 hours of care, is that a target or a goal, or is that a provincially mandated requirement that we have to meet?
Once again, Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The wording that the ministry had put out is that it is mandated. Now, they have not achieved it. I'd have to seek further clarification from the ministry about their actual goal for the end result for the province, and our home included.
Thank you, because I guess just as background, my understanding in the past was that this was a goal that we wanted to, that the ministry wanted to achieve. And there's a significant difference between something that is a goal that we strive towards and something that we have to do. And there's some significant financial implications of the differences in those two.
Yeah, if I'm, and I will yield once again to Mr. Quaid, but just before that, so it has been identified, the 4 hours has been the holy grail for at least 25 years, I think. Shirley Sharkey, I believe, was a preeminent long-term care advocate at the origin of this, and has been striving for this for a long time. You will recall, particularly as it pertains to the funding, we were very pleased, I think about this time last year, perhaps earlier, when we had confirmation that We had been reconciling some funding that the two long-term care homes that the county had been receiving towards this 4 hours of goal. It was our understanding that had to be reconciled back to the province by dint of the fact that we had not achieved the 4 hours. We were very pleased to find out that no, in fact, we did not have to. At that time, and this is, I don't have anything open in front of me, but from the lay perspective, the province is using, I think, almost industry wide right across the province that we are moving in that direction. We have constantly been moving in that direction. The 4 hours remains aspirational, but that there are incredible barriers. Councillor Service's question alone on finding the PSWs. This one is particular to Miramichi Lodge, but one of the things that is somewhat of an indicator, so we're very fortunate to have had quite a number of foreign workers that have now come to Bonnechere Manor. We've dramatically reduced our reliance on purchase service. You will note that in our financial, I don't know which particular classification of staffing, but I'm assuming PSW will be one of those. But ultimately, we have those that had the chronic issue with respect to staffing that predates my coming here in 2014. On top of that, we're very pleased that we've seen a dramatic expansion of the number of long-term care beds across the province, but in particular in the county of Renfrew. However, you cannot expand the number of long-term care beds within the county of Renfrew without dramatically expanding the need for workers. So the province is cognizant of the challenge in the environment that we now occupy of 4 hours and is wishing to see progress towards the 4 hours, but it's not that it has to be, and it is mandated, but it's not that it has to be done last year or this year. You have to demonstrate that you are still working towards that. Is that reasonably accurate, Mr. Quaid, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that would be accurate. And I will also note that we have all long-term care homes have been instructed and have submitted their direct hours of care to the province. I anticipate a report coming out shortly, and we may see some augmentation to the language of the policy, the funding policy.
Thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Nicholson and then Brose, I just wanted to point out as well, I had a conversation with Mr. Quaid this morning, so the mathematician perhaps, amateur mathematician in me, was wondering about the 3.34. So anything that is to the right of the decimal point is not a percentage, it is in fact minutes. So when you see 3.34, it is to be read as 3 hours and 34 minutes, not 3 1/3 hours. With that, Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to take the bait. And I know you like the budget portion of this. Both of these requests for the food service worker and the additional PSW hours, can we confirm what source of funding we are approving? Is it being sourced from the funding allocations provided through the province, or is this an increase to the property tax portion of the funds that we provide the manors and the lodge?
I would invite Mr. Quaid, but feel free to draw in. I see that Mr. Burke has presciently brought his microphone closer. I think he is quite comfortable to be engaged, but we'll yield first to Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, Chair. I'll defer to my good friend, Mr. Burke. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, County Council. I would say that the PSW hours will be fully funded by the provincial funding, either the per diem for nursing or the expansion funding for 4 hours of care. The food services worker has historically fallen under that other accommodation category where we have less provincial funding available. So I don't have in front of me the information to say whether it will or won't be funded under that category, but it's less certain that there's available provincial funding to be attached to that food service worker category.
Thank you. I'm presuming, Councillor Nicholson, you are satisfied. I'm going to go on to Councillor Rose then.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Quaid, I'm really pleased in your report you talked about the staff surveys that are indicating a higher level of job satisfaction. Is that directly related to the fact that the increase in hours of care also translates to less stress for those individuals that are performing that care? Or is it just ensuring that the proper level of care is being attained? Is it directly related to their job satisfaction?
Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I can only hypothesize that there is a direct correlation between increased job satisfaction. Staff are able to complete tasks and feel they're doing a good job, but we've also had a lot of other initiatives within the home to improve recruitment, retention, and improve staff satisfaction, i.e. more education, better work-life balance, these types of things. So cumulatively, I think that's the reason, but I do believe there is a direct correlation between the improved direct hours of care for our residents and job satisfaction.
One other element that I would suggest as well, Mr. Quaid, and I'm under no illusion this would be a difficult metric, I think, to track, but I do know Councillor Murphy is in the room as well. When we undertook the trip to Malton Village, when they embraced the butterfly model of care, the director of long-term of that facility, Malton Village, was quite enthusiastic about how the dynamic of the workplace had changed dramatically when the clock was not the driver, but in fact the care and compassion and engagement with residents had made substantial change, both in terms of job satisfaction, but also in terms, again, of the financial implications, that there was a pretty valuable return on investment of the meaningful care, in that job retention had grown substantially and had dramatically reduced recruitment efforts. So I think that certainly that has played a large part as well, Councillor Brose. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Sorry, I was able to gather my thoughts on Mr. Burke's reply. I specifically want to talk just about the food services worker, and I'll lead with the point that I am in full support of the proposal. I just want to acknowledge that what we're saying is that some portion of the $68,000 that we're about to approve ongoing from October 1st, some portion of that will be required to be paid for by property tax. We can't confirm that portion at this point in time. So we are in fact pre-approving some increase to the operating budget for next year. Is that correct?
I would suggest Mr. Burke might be best placed. One of the, prior to that is as perhaps preamble. So we need to be careful on how this is, because I think our actuals also, and perhaps it is industry-wide, the actuals have some influence, as they do with the paramedic service, on what future funding is from the province. Of course, food service is an integral part of the service provided at long-term care. So I would be very hopeful that this is going to be something that would be considered in our kind of global, or whatever the particular envelope that Mr. Bark was suggesting, that this is part of the core of what long-term care delivers, and if we are finding pressures there, but I would yield to Mr. Burke on that.
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest the first answer to your question, are we approving additional costs for next year? Most certainly, in both these areas. You know, you will have more hours than you had on last year's budget. Whether or not there is sufficient funding to offset them in those homes, again, for the PSWs, very likely yes. For the food service worker, very likely no. Again, though, a lot of our provincial revenue is estimates based on what we think at the time. In this case, what we think the other accommodation per diem will be. And there could also be other funding that the home gets to help offset costs like this, such as, you know, interest revenue, revenue from the solar panels, preferred accommodation fees, any number of other things. So as we go through that budget exercise, this will certainly be an additional factor to consider, and, you know, an additional expense that we will attempt to cover off, optimistically not through property tax, but if it comes to it, then yes, we will have to do that.
That's perfect. Just to say that acknowledge the risk, and I believe it's acceptable. So thank you.
Mr. Burke and I are eternal optimists. I think we can take that from that. Any further and final opportunity for question? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. We'll go directly to the Deputy Chief once again for the discussion report for emergency services, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So 2 resolutions. First one, business case paramedic service nurse practitioner, that the Health Committee recommends is that County Council approve a business case to add 1 nurse practitioner in community programs to the County of Renfrew paramedic service.
Thank you very much. I would now seek a mover, please. Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Brose. Background, please.
So in recent years, the service has responded to growing needs and demand on the paramedic service. And with that, we've implemented a diverse array of community programs. The integration of a nurse practitioner into these programs will not only bring advanced clinical skills, enabling them to assess, diagnose, and prescribe, it'll also allow us to manage complex patients over a long period of time. On top of that, this position will also serve as an additional resource for long-term care, corporate services, and community services. And that's that.
Thank you very much. I'd seek questions, comments at this point. Councillor Murphy, followed by the Warden.
Thank you, Chair. I love this idea. Where are we finding this magical unicorn of a nurse practitioner?
I think, I'm not sure that Gandalf or Harry Potter are in the room. I'm not certain who is equipped to respond to that. Deputy Chief?
I guess just, are they available would be my question. Okay, they're caucusing over my question, so I'll retract it, I guess.
We're halfway through. We might as well get there now. I don't know, Deputy Chief or Mr. Kelly, who wishes to respond?
Yep. Thank you. No, thank you. We were caucusing. There are sensitive issues related to this posting, so we can definitely talk about it in closed because it is a human resource issue with identifiable individuals. Since we have a closed meeting, we may be able to talk about it if we add that to the list of reasons that we are going into closed.
We certainly can do that. There's the piece of paper that the Deputy or the Director of Development of Property handed me. More than happy to amend that. Any further questions or comments? Oh, sorry. Yes, Warden, I had recognized you.
So I like this. I think it's a great idea. And I'm just trying to understand it a little bit. So if I remember the legislation, nurse practitioners need to be tied to a doctor. So is this going to go back to the base hospital to work with the nurse practitioner? Because I think they're allowed a limited scope of being able to prescribe medication. Is that a fair remembrance?
Deputy Chief.
Through you, Chair. As far as I know, I do not believe they're tied to our base hospital, which gives us greater flexibility. But them being tied to like another physician, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
That's I think that perhaps Mr. Burke might be able to shed some more light on the question, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just add that both in VTAC and both long-term cares, we do employ a doctor as a medical director of care. So that is the attachment point for these medical staff.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Perfect.
Stepping outside of your particular role. Further questions or comments?
And if I may, Chair,
to the
warden's, to the warden's comment, I think that nurse practitioners have a far wider range of what they can prescribe now, which is great news all around. Thank you.
I am uncertain, but this is, if there's a theme, I think, to the emergency services report today, between the SMART program and this program, it is the next step or the evolution. Even from the bypass capacity that the paramedics have now with coronary or stroke. So these are the next steps. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Watt, please.
as previously questioned, the funds for this nurse practitioner, will that be part of the levy, or is that covered under the paramedic services?
Deputy Chief, please.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. So the funds for this position are going to be through 100% provincially funded chains. So that is like the CPLTC, VTAC, the HISH, those methods or those processes. So,
thank you.
So property taxes will not fund this. Further and final opportunity, any question or comment? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And moving on to item 2, please, Deputy Chief.
thank you, through you, Chair. So the second resolution, casual administrative commanders business case, that the Health Committee recommends that County Council approve a business case to add casual administrative commanders to the County of Renfrew paramedic service.
Thank you very much. A mover, please. Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Mayville. Background, please, Deputy Chief.
So as we continue to establish ourselves as innovators both locally and provincially, there's been a demanding need for paramedic services to internally to support these programs. So with these additional hours, we can continue to provide these services at a full capacity, and like special projects like emergency preparedness, Sierra team, and our drone team. And this is non-unionized.
Thank you. Once again, open for questions or comments, committee. Councillor Refrenier, then Councillor Nicholson.
Through the chair, I'm just looking at the number of hours. It doesn't look like a lot of hours. So is this in addition to a present position that exists? Are you up? Yeah, so you're adding hours to that existing position?
Those hours is all perspective. If they are property tax dollars, 500 seems like a lot. If it's not property tax dollars, it seems like it's smaller. Deputy Chief.
So these would hours to backfill and replace additional hours, and then also support the continuation of these projects. So,
Thank you, because it's not a lot of hours if you're hiring a new position. I was just wondering it, yeah. So thank you. It's just really backfilling and supporting. Thank you.
I do apologize, Councillor Refrenier, for missing you. That seat is often overlooked when there are meetings held here. Any further? Councillor Nicholson.
That's the reason I'm sitting here, probably, yeah.
Councillor Nicholson, please.
Okay, I obviously have to be careful here.
Order.
Again, I just wanted to confirm the financial risk associated with this request. I'm assuming that $36,000 related to 500 hours is 50-50 split in the future years. So we are assuming about an $18,000 property tax funding into from this point forward.
Thank you actually for pointing that out. So it is important to understand in the question from Councillor Watt, yes, the preliminary, the nurse practitioner is completely provincial spending. When we are talking about the property tax, we are a partner. The City of Pembroke, the County of Renfrew, together are partnering with the Province of Ontario. So the Councillor Nicholson is correct. You want to just confirm, Deputy Chief, please?
Correct.
Excellent. We are moving forward. Councillor Purcell, please.
Can I make a suggestion in regards to the business case template that we elaborate a little bit more in terms of where the funding is coming from, such as having an actual line in regards to not only the impact that it has to the current financial budget for the year, but it just doesn't seem that there's enough information. We've just kind of heard, where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from? Not only the impact in terms of this year's budget, but for also next year's budget and on future budget. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity just to enhance the business case staffing report.
Certainly we can. I would presume, but of course I will defer to the Deputy Chief. When we see the term casual, I'm assuming, so we have a cadre or cohort of commanders currently, but of course, through whatever leave, vacations, etc., we are not always fully staffed in that. I had assumed that that was part of this, but I would certainly defer, Deputy Chief.
That's correct. And so we have our full-time complement We have unionized acting who fill in on temporary basis. These would be non-unionized filling in basically full capacity as one of our full-timers.
Again, I don't think it addressed my, I guess my concern is making sure that we revise the current forms that are used in terms of business cases for staffing to better identify the impact that it has and where the funding is coming from for each one of these positions, no matter if it's just an increase in hours or a new position. I think that would be very beneficial to everybody around the table.
I would venture, Mr. Bark, would invite you to weigh in as well. So within the template for the development of the budget, but is also part of the Treasurer's report template that we are seeing, you will note that there are paramedic administrative salaries and benefits, then there are paramedic salaries and benefits. I would presume that this would be part of the former, the administrative component, and generally speaking, that is a 50-50 split between the province and, of course, the caveat is that it is always based on the prior years. It is a trailing indicator, so the 50% is based on, for 2026 will be the 2025 actuals. So ultimately, the province will pick up 50%. The local partner, the City of Pembroke and the County of Renfrew, are responsible for the other 50%, and I don't know what the current allocation, how it is split. I think that there is a specific formula, but these would certainly fall within the administrative. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burke, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're correct. And the split with the City of Pembroke is population-based for the remainder of the balance of the unfunded. And if I could just add, I certainly appreciate the councillor's comments. We could look at that for the form of business case, that template. Again, the template is primarily used as part of the budget exercise when we increase hours over and above what we had budgeted. So our budget for staffing is in hours and position, and we estimate the dollars attached to those because we can't typically control, staff move up and down on the pay grid or what have you. So we budget in hours by position. So most of the business cases you'll see go hand in hand with the big budget document, and it's, I would like to say, rare that we see them come out mid-year, but they do happen, and we can consider it's more relevant to those mid-year ones. How are we going to pay for it for this year?
Yeah, and I think that perhaps also being sensitive in this instance, that there is the joint, the members from the City of Pembroke are here today because all of today's meetings will in one way or another impact on the City of Pembroke as well. So it seems reasonable that when these are brought forward, a very specific delineation of what those would be. It is certainly 50% is a baseline, and then whatever the proportion would be, but I think that that's probably not a large consideration in amending the template for the joint services. Councillor Lafreniere, please.
Just further to Councillor Purcell's concerns about identifying increases in taxation from regular funding. We have a certain system in the city where when we are discussing budgets, which we won't be here to discuss the budget that approves this. We sit at committee, but not at council, obviously. We usually get a template that shows exactly what is going to affect the taxation. And that is what I would imagine this will show up on. And we debate those items separately. We do not pre-approve anything until budget. So any additions in staff, any additions to expenses is debated during budget and not pre-approved. And that's just the way we do it at the city. And I know any addition to staffs usually takes a lot of debate. And it's good that you have a lot of background information here justifying these positions, and that makes me feel really good because a lot of that takes place at budgets for the city. Anyway, if somehow it could be clarified for Councillor Purcell and I, so that when we know what the increase is, we know exactly it's because of this and this and this and this. And like I said, we can't debate it during budgets. All we can do is give our 2 cents here at these meetings. So I just wanted to clarify why it's kind of different for us. We see these numbers at budgets. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And you are allowed to dissent here as well. Anything further on this item, please? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, here we are now, Ms. Van Starkenburg. Recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. A mover, please. Councillor Service, seconded by Councillor Hoddinott. All in favor? That is complete. Thank you. We're moving on to 9. There were no deferred reports. Item 10, any verbal reports? I note none. No one is making eye contact in any event. Is there any new or other business? I see none there as well. So we don't have, did I move past? No, on the agenda we didn't leave particularly the item 4 closed. However, I did identify 4 committee that we had now potentially, well, now 2 items. I have one before me. I would read this resolution out and I'm going to amend it on the fly. Pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Health Committee will move into closed for the following reasons. A, the security of the property of the municipality or local board, and C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, in this instance paramedic base, and D would be matters about an identifiable individual, perhaps. B, it is, oh, of course, yeah, I was caught into that. There is a missing B. I think he's in behind. Anyway, so it is matters about an identifiable individual. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Watt, seconded by Councillor Schulist. All in favor? That is carried. We are proceeding into closed session. I thank everyone for your patience. We have concluded our closed session at this point, and just before I seek a motion to adjourn, recognizing that it is lunchtime, so that we will, upon adjournment, we will go to 1 o'clock, at which point we anticipate, aspirationally at the very least, that Councillor Giardini, the chair of the Community Services Committee, will call us to order. With that, motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Grills. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you and welcome back. I'd like to call to order this meeting of Community Services Committee. It is Wednesday, September 10th. Councillor Yan, are you there? We are resuming our Community Services Committee meeting. Are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has the roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Adoption of minutes. Recommendation that the minutes of the August 13th, 2025 meeting be approved. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Head Clare Mariah. Are there any errors, omissions, or any comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. There are no delegations and presentations. Communications. There are 3 communication items. The first one is from the Ministry of the Children, Community and Social Services correspondence, and it is concerning the restructuring, which will not impact our department at all. The second one is correspondence from the Ministry of Education to do with the incremental allocations for the early on programs, and the third is from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services regarding the interior works, that the funding is the same as last year. Are there any questions or comments on any of those items? Member from Edmundston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just kind of curious. So when I clicked on a link or something that went to the map, I'm kind of curious. So South Algonquin is Nipissing District, but there are 2 centres identified on the map, one at Madawaska, one at Whitney. Do they fall within the county administration, or are they separate and administered through the district?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Donahue, they're separate through the district. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Warden, please.
Sorry, this is something I should have. Councillor Jacquinot did send me notes saying he'd be absent today, and he would touch base with the chair or myself for content. I apologize. When the roll call come up, I was distracted.
Thank you. And just one note that item B is a very good news that we are getting the additional almost $170,000 for the program. Okay. So could I get a mover and a seconder for that the communications be received as information?
Sorry, Chair, I had one more question.
Councillor from Whitewater, please.
Yeah, it's just related to the Ontario Works letter, where it talks about the 2.6 million. And I'm curious, is it, sorry, it's the funding mechanism. It's 50-50 with property tax, but is it they set the limit and we match it, or we set the limit and they match it?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Nicholson. So you're correct, it's 50-50 funding for the cost of administration, and the cost of benefits, payments out to recipients and discretionary benefit payments to recipients is 100% funded by the province.
Sorry, a follow-up? Yeah, just, so that administrative, the 581 is 50-50. Good. If we wanted to up that to 600, do they automatically cover the 50, or do they set the limit and we have to match it?
Through you, Chair, to committee, that is the limit of what they will pay.
Member from Edmundston Bromley, did you have a question?
I did, thank you, and I apologize. I should probably be putting these up at the report rather than on the pages and the letters themselves, but I'm just kind of curious. So this is unchanged from the allocation for 2025, and I even went back to some previous allocations, and it seems like it's static. And in reading the correspondence, it seems that it had been based on, or at least there was at least a tenuous connection to the caseload, or at least the caseload was predicate for any increases. But of course, we are experiencing inflationary pressures in administering these programs. So I'm kind of curious if this is how much of this has changed, notwithstanding that it is matching the current year's allocation for 2026, but how much it has changed, say, in the last 5-year time period. I'm even looking for just an approximation, Madam Chair, not a precise number, but my concerns here is the administration of Ontario Works seems to be matching the amount of money that is available in support of those on Ontario Works, in that freezing the budget is essentially a reduction.
So I believe this was 2016 or 2018 was the last time there was an increase. I'll leave that with Ms. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to committee. With respect to the 2018, that was with respect to the social assistance rates have been unchanged since 2018. However, the province's program delivery funding to the County of Renfrew as a service system manager, there have been a number of changes over the last few years with respect to the employment services transformation, which, as committee may recall, were where they looked at some of the duties of Ontario Works staff and wanted to ensure there was no duplication, that Employment Ontario staff would look after the job readiness portion so that the social assistance staff could look after more of the life stabilization portion. So there were some changes with the cost. There was some of the funding went to the Ministry of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, and the County of Renfrew was held at a lower level for a few years. However, last year we did see an increase in the program delivery funding. So it did increase last year. This is the same as last year, but we did see an increase last year. I can also offer, just as an information note or to highlight for committee, that on page 4 of the memo dated August 26, with respect to the planning allocation for Ontario Works, there is an opportunity for service managers to apply for one-time funding that would be shared 50-50, so additional one-time funding. That would be something we would need to obviously budget for at budget time and apply for, not knowing if we are going to be approved for our business case. However, there is a rather long list of exclusions, and one of them is pressures due to rising caseloads is an exclusion. So a business case for additional funding cannot be submitted for that purpose.
Supplemental?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this probably is more in Mr. Burke's purview. So on the chart, again on the PDF, it's on page 17, but this is the charting, and it's showing the 100% provincial at 581,900. It is showing the 50-50 funding at just slightly under 2.1 million. However, when I went back to the budgets, as I do, the 581 matches precisely, 581,900 matches precisely what the approved budget has. The amount for the 50-50 is slightly above what we anticipated when we approved the budget. The delta is $165,000, where this is showing 50-50 funding of $2,091,200. Our approved budget had cited $1,926,006. I'm just wondering, Mr. Burke can identify the delta, the near 160 or the $165,000 delta.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we go back to our budget discussions last year, you'll recall that, as Andrea mentioned, after a number of years of declining administration funding, where we were being squeezed by the province, we got an expansion. So we were tasked with ramping up the Ontario Works administration, which we did substantially, though not to the maximum amount available. As Councillor Nicholson pointed out, this is 50-50 funding, so to get that extra $180,000 of provincial revenue, we would have had to spend double that, which we didn't do in our budget. So we actually declined to maximize the funding in order to save our 50% share. Something to look at again this year is, should we upstaff or spend more in Ontario Works to maximize that grant or not? The discussions to follow in budget, I suppose.
Thank you. And perhaps this is now leaning into perhaps the corporate services, but just to close then, predicated upon that there was going to be an inability to meet that expectation, do we then expect not to be able to fully utilize the 50-50 allocation that the province has made?
Through you, Madam Chair, for the 2025 year, yes. So we expect to send some of that funding back. We didn't budget to use it all. For 2026, we'll have that discussion in January, I suppose. But
understood. So the delta ultimately is monies that we do not anticipate that we will manage to expend. Okay, thank you.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd just like to make a comment on the allocation that we received and the fact that it remained static for the last 8 years. Where is the public outcry? Who is advocating on behalf of the individuals that are using this program? And despite the inflationary raises over the last 8 years, their payments have remained static. So what responsibility do we have as an upper tier? What can we do to further advocate that this is unacceptable? I'm just wondering, what's our responsibility and how do we go about further voicing our displeasure, I guess?
So we did advocate at AMO for this, and we were told that the rates would not go down. I guess we can just continue to advocate on as far as, representation at these conferences. They heard us, but obviously this had already been decided. Warden, please.
Yes, just to reassure my friend from Petawawa, this has a living wage has been one of the terms, making sure that the payments for ODSP and OW are attached to CPI. There's 10 or 12 different motions a year, and I believe the Alpha has taken it up, which is the Association for Public Health. I can't remember what it exactly stands for. They've taken it on, as well as the association that you, Ms. Patrick, belongs to. So it's been brought up, plus the service managers have, AMO and Roma have also brought it up a couple of times. So it's a steady refrain from our sector and broader than our sector, and I guess it's a matter of just keeping the pressure on. I'm not sure the public wants to hear about increasing the rates. There seems to be some pushback whenever you try to gain some sympathy with the public. I'm not sure how to ignite their outrage. I think if we can talk about a challenge where I have to live on what a single person would, over a month, would make on OW, I know I probably wouldn't last the day with the way I spend money. So I think we have to figure out a way to make people realize what it is. So I agree with you, but I'm not sure what the answer is. I think we're all more than willing to jump in, but we don't know what to say. We don't know how to engage people.
Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add on to Councillor from Petawawa and the warden's comments, the risk that goes through my mind, or the concern that I have, is that we're highlighting this as an area in our community that's underfunded. It's obvious. And yet we're not using all the funds made available to us from the province in order to provide as high a level of service as possible with the funds that are provided. And I wonder if there's a risk associated with us not taking advantage of all that provincial funding. What signal does that send? Are we basically accepting that it's not something that we want to be able to invest our money into?
Point taken. Any other comments or questions on the 3 communications items? Seeing none, recommendation that the communications be received as information. Mover, please. Moved by the member from Bonnechere Valley, seconded by the member from Head Clare-Marai. All in favor? Carried. We have a consent report, the Community Services consent report. There are 4 items on it. Are there any questions on any of them? Member from Whitewater, please. And please state the number.
All of them.
All of them, yes.
Let's start with number 1 then.
Okay. So the first one, the comment I'll make is that when you add up the licensed childcare wait lists, the number approximately is between 5,500 and 6,000, which is, and even if we assume that there was, duplicity or like people have booked it in more than one spot, even if you said there was 3,000 children on a wait list for childcare, that's a pretty significant concern. I know the province doesn't do its forecast for the next allocation of $11 a day childcare spots until 2027. If it was, raining rainbows, and they gave us 3,000 spots on the 1st of January 2027, my question would be, how quickly could we put those 3,000 spots into use against our 6,000 spot wait list?
You want an answer to that question, Councillor?
It's rhetorical. I can answer it, but maybe the director has got some thoughts.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Nicholson. I will do my best. Certainly, there is a need, as we can see. Currently, as we know, childcare can still grow, although not in Seawelk. We would need additional spaces. I think if we got 3,000 spaces, we could definitely move pretty quickly with expansion. Now, that being said, we would have to look at the current operators and their challenges in terms of property and space and infrastructure, as well as staffing. I can state that when we were successful with our recalibration exercise that the Ministry of Education recently gave us some additional spaces, we were very quickly, within a couple of months, able to conduct an application process and get those spaces out into use. And we still had applications that we were not able to approve. So I think that, I'm not sure the direct answer to your question, but I think that there is need and that we could certainly, if we were given additional Seawelk spaces, move pretty quickly with expansion in areas of need.
Supplemental?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Councillor from Edmonton.
I will just say that James and I predicted that you would have some stuff to say on these items. My question actually was about the wait list as well. Is this a matter of these kids need daycare, childcare right now? Or is this, I'm 5 months pregnant and I'm thinking, yeah, I'm going to get my kid on the wait list, because I know that happens everywhere. It happens for schools.
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Murphy, it is both. Certainly, that's why the data that we collect and that the centres collect is only as good as what we're able to provide. We recognize that some people are putting their name on the wait list when they're pregnant. Some people need the care now. Some are putting on for an infant space, a toddler space for before and after school care. Some are putting on multiple different centres wait lists. Some of the wait lists may not be regularly reviewed or well maintained, so people may have gotten care and they may not have come off. So there's certainly, it's an indicator, but it's certainly acknowledged that it's not fully accurate for sure.
Member from Edmonton Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm not sure if you're doing them in order. I have a question on number 1 and on number 4. Number 1, I'm just kind of curious, how many licensed home spaces are there in the County of Renfrew?
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Donahue. So the County of Renfrew, we directly operate licensed home, and also PMFRC also operates licensed home. Off the top of my head, I I'm not sure. I think it's, maybe 30 homes between the two, but that's an approximate. Definitely, the numbers are on the wait list. The numbers on the attachment do represent numbers of children. So these are children that are requesting home childcare. So not necessarily providers that would be willing to open a home, and each home can take up to 6 children.
Supplemental?
Thank you. This is that is the answer to that one. This is with respect to the item 4, delegated authority.
I think maybe it sounds as though I will go through all 4 of them, if you don't mind.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, are there any other questions on item 1? No. Questions on item 2, Renfrew County Child Wellness Hub. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. What a great program in terms of connecting families and their children that don't have a primary care physician. What I'm wondering, if there was a community in Renfrew County that had a high percentage of families and children that weren't attached to a primary care physician, I noticed that the Thursdays are open. What would a community like that do to attract Connect Well to their community on that open day, hypothetically?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Service. I definitely think it would be worth reaching out to Connect Well. My understanding, just to see what their capacity may be, I certainly understand that their intent is to be in a number of communities to try to provide that access in these early years to underserved communities. So certainly worth reaching out, and contact information is on the attachment.
Are there any other questions? Member from Whitewater, please.
Yeah, Chair, I just to acknowledge, I think it's a great program, and I'm glad that we have it being offered by one of our community health centers. I know that a lot of families without primary care, they're using RCV-TAC. And I wonder, has RCV-TAC referred, has there been success in referring this age group to the Connect Well program? Are we seeing an influx by virtue of one program into another program?
Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. I don't know the answer to that. I haven't had a chance to talk to Chief Nolan about it, but I can certainly have a conversation with him and see if they've noticed any trends there.
Fair enough. Are there any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Rose, please.
Thank you. And just to follow up on Councillor Nicholson's comments, I was wondering the same thing. I mean, this is a fantastic program. I think it's so important, but I'm just wondering if there's any duplication of delivery of that service between VTAC and this Connect Well, these new hubs. And maybe because they're relatively new, that's something that has to be ironed out, but I think it's worth taking a look at.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Member from Bonachere Valley?
Thank you, Chair. And just to Councillor Brose's point, Connect Well is really only in Whitewater and Bonachere Valley, so it's a matter of getting the news out to the other 15 municipalities, I think, especially when it comes to VTAC.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go on. Item 3 is the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. No, item 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. I was just being polite. Give everybody else a chance to go first. For item number 3, the comments I wanted to offer was just in the letter that was addressed to the warden, basically asking or telling us that our 10-year housing and homelessness plan needed to include in it a bunch of additional pieces of information. I was a little bit disappointed with the language that they've used here and frustrated. So I'm going to highlight a few. The first one is they talk about developing a strategy to increase the supply of non-market housing, which I interpret as social housing owned by RCHC. They're saying there's a provincial target of 19,660 by 2027, 2028. How many are they hoping Renfrew County will produce? I don't know. They don't say it in here. There's no clear, they're just hoping, I'm assuming, that we'll produce some portion of that 19,660. Okay, second thing is that the third point, encourage the creation of more mixed
income housing options catering to, great language, but how? I mean, they have to have an idea of how we could do that. I'd love to be able to get some insight. They talk about requiring provision of full range of housing in the PPS, and we should be following that. Again, how? What are they hoping that we'll do? The last point on that page, they talk about providing vulnerable people in Ontario with access to appropriate short-term and long-term housing. Immediately I thought, we've got this one already. It's Heart Hub. We're going to do this. The next bullet talks us about, or sorry, the second next bullet on the second page talks about Heart Hub. So is this HPP money? So I was frustrated with, it just seemed like they copy-pasted a bunch of details, sent it up to us and said, redo your 10-year homelessness and housing plan. I'm stuck on some of the stuff that they talk about here. So I'm frustrated, and I'm just airing that out.
No, there definitely is a follow-up to that, and Ms. Patrick has it, yes.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Nicholson and to committee. So just a couple of comments with respect to the August 14th memo to Warden Iman about our housing and homelessness plan. So the second bullet point in the memo speaks about the 19,660 rent-assisted units by 2027-2028. So just a note to this committee that we in the County of Renfrew were not given a specific number for those. Of the municipalities that were given a specific number, they were given money to go along with it. The other thing, Mr. Davis and I actually just had a late in the day yesterday meeting with our manager of community housing, Ms. Dombrowski, and we have been able to confirm with staff that we are actually not required to submit an addendum to our housing and homelessness plan, fully providing a plan for how we're going to meet all of these priorities outlined in the bullets, but that we are, because we've submitted our plan, we are just to consider this in our future planning, which we certainly are.
Thank you. Councillor Rose, please.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that comment. The communities that were given housing targets, and you said they were given money as well, was there not a pool of money for the smaller municipalities that weren't given any targets, but if they had a plan or if they identified that they could do a certain number of houses, was there not some money available in a pool? Or am I wrong? No?
Ms. Patrick.
Through you, Chair, thank you. The answer is no, like there was no other pool. Just looking over to my colleague, not sure if there's additional information to share, but certainly we apply for all of the grants around different housing building funds, and there was nothing additional that was set aside.
Member from Bonnechere Valley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, when I read this letter, I thought it was a form letter. I question whether they've even really reviewed. I questioned the 19,000. I'm glad to see other people nodding. I sort of read it and blew by it because to me, it didn't seem like an active piece of correspondence to the warden. If it was meant to be meaningful, why wouldn't they tell us, roundabout numbers of what would be ideal for the County of Renfrew? Why are there no suggestions? I honestly, I read it as a form letter. So.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other comments? Member from Edmundston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and probably in the same vein. So when I was reading it, the very first sentence gives me to understand that that is a typical requirement of a 10-year plan, that there is a mandatory 5-year review. Because the question that I had is, what are the particular requirements? Because in the paragraph immediately preceding the bullet points, it's not saying thou shall. It's saying, I encourage you. In other words, perhaps you would use this as the lens by which you are doing. It doesn't strike me that these are hard requirements for us to do this. There is a value in us. What I would suggest is perhaps somewhat different from Councillor Nicholson. Perhaps they are leaving the door open to simply we arrive at what do we feel we could do on that. But when I'm seeing the word encourage, it did leave me wondering, is there other documents that we have perhaps internally that are saying thou shall, rather than what seems to be a relatively soft encouragement from the minister?
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to Councillor Donahue. I think very astute remarks that you just made, and I think what happened in this particular instance that was perhaps a little bit vaguer for the correspondence is that there was standard messaging that went out to all service managers with a May 2026 deadline for their housing and homelessness plans, and they were required to illustrate how they were going to meet all of these points. However, for the County of Renfrew, because we were proactive in completing ours, and it had been approved by the province, that this then followed as we encourage you to utilize these points as you move forward with your planning. And it was a little unclear to us, obviously, as do we have to resubmit a clear addendum, or is it an encouragement? And we did clarify with staff that it is just encouraging us, not a requirement.
Excellent.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on number 3? No? Okay, number 4, delegated authority. Councillor from Edmundston Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, once again. And again, would defer to your judgment. This is probably Mr. Burke. I notice some difference in these allocations. Very pleased to have received these. But on net, it seems to be less than anticipated. The budget, the approved budget, had cited slightly less for Kochi at $1,161,000, so it's a gain of $6,000 over budget. But on OFI, the budget was $500,300, so this is $42,300 under budget. I'm wondering if perhaps Mr. Burke can shed light on the net is not a substantial number, but the theme, if I'm to devise that there's a theme to this report, it is the incredibly constrained funding environment here. So I wonder if Mr. Burke might be able to shed some light on that.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the councillor is correct. We did look at this, and it's relatively close, slightly less than what we had hoped, slightly less than last year across both funds, which are in fact twins. The two funding programs operate more or less the same, and it seems like the intent of the province is to wind down one program and transfer it all into the other one, which, one program or two programs, it's the same money, so it's no big deal for us. I would say, though, one of the other things to keep in mind about this particular funding grant is it's a fiscal year, so it's staggered April through March. And interestingly enough, this is one of the few programs where it is not use it or lose it inside the fiscal year. So fortunately for us, when we submit these plans, it's, repair this building, and we have several years in which to spend that funding on that plan. So we have a big kind of tail of prior year funding that we're spending in the current year, and we'll continue to have that tail going forward. I hope that answers the question.
If I may, Madam Chair, it mostly does. In fact, the Kochi is seeing a very slight increase, 0.52%, but it is more than offset in a almost 8.5% decrease on what the expectation was on OFI. So the reduction is not insubstantial at 8.5%. So if in fact the intent is that these are perhaps aggregated into a single fund, that I'm assuming that they are recovering on the monies that they are going to diminish at a faster rate than the ones that they're going to replenish. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on item 4? No, seeing none. I have a recommendation that the consent report be received as information. Can I get a mover? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. All in favor? Carried. Next item is under discussion reports, the discussion report for community services, and I will pass this over to Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to committee. So there are 3 items in the Community Services Discussion Report, and the first is with respect to the Homelessness Prevention Program Investment Plan 2025-2026. May I go ahead and read the recommendation, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation is that the Community Services Committee approve the attached Homelessness Prevention Program HPP investment plan for 2025 to 2026 to be submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the committee. So this, we recently, last month, received the allocation for HPP for 2025-2026 fiscal year. It was $3.5 million, which is consistent with the same allocation that we have received in this envelope for the past 3 years. Despite the fact that the allocation has remained unchanged, pressures and demands are significantly increasing in this area. I can certainly speak to Councillor Services' comments earlier with respect to the unchanged social assistance rates. This is certainly from staff's perspective. The unchanged rates of social assistance are putting incredible pressure on our programs funded through this budget, as the gap between what people are receiving to live on and how much rents are escalating, how much costs of food are escalating, how much everything is escalating. So we're getting larger and larger requests to help with paying for those gaps. Simply stated, there's not enough funding in this envelope to fully cover any of the costs of the programs that we really need to both prevent and address homelessness in Renfrew County. Staff's recommendation is that we provide funding in what, from our perspective, we see as the highest demand programs, which are our emergency minor home repairs for low-income homeowners, our 2 rent subsidy programs to help with rent affordability, and our emergency housing assistance program, which helps with rent arrears, heat and hydro arrears, prevents evictions and disconnections, as well as our supportive motel stay program for individuals who are homeless and have been in encampments. So with that, Chair, I'll leave it there, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Are there any questions or comments? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to emphasize, and I talked to Ms. Patrick about this earlier, just how difficult it is to go through this list of high demand, high need programs and make some really tough decisions or recommendations to County Council. There are a number of things that, absolutely need money, but we don't have enough money. And I just wanted to recognize that it's not a easy decision to make, but necessary. I just also wanted to highlight some of the numbers that I see here. We have 70 households being provided rent supplement program. So 70 on top of the ones we currently have in our own housing, plus the ones we're supporting through our not-for-profits. There's 70 additional members, and that's costing us about $491,000. Just less than half of that is provided by the province. We have 200 families on a rent allowance program. So I'm assuming those are some of the families that probably are on our wait list. And we have 900 families getting emergency housing assistance programs, which essentially means they can't afford all of their housing expenses to live where they are. Again,
probably a lot of those are on our wait list looking for support. And when I looked at the motel stay program, a $1.4 million on motel rooms, I looked at that and I thought immediately, could I come up with another solution to better effectively use that money? And I don't think so. You need hotel rooms in all the corners of Renfrew County for all different types of requirements at all different times. In order to maintain the flexibility, I think it needs to be just that. But we need to make every effort to moving money from that $1.4 million program up into one of these other programs and getting people there. And again, that's MESA, that's Heart Hub, that's all these initiatives that the staff are working on. And this table just doesn't do justice to all of the moving pieces that they fund. So anyway, that's what I just wanted to articulate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair, and just following up on those comments, that 1.4 million is really only a Band-Aid. It doesn't give us any long-term solutions. It fills the gap in the short term, but those dollars could be so much better utilized either with new builds or with fixing up some of our deteriorating buildings that are currently not occupied because of some of the ongoing necessary repairs and the amount of money that needs to be spent on those repairs. So now you're in a real struggle trying to figure out what is the best use of those dollars, not just short term, but long term as well. And I think that's where the real challenge is. How much more money do we have to keep putting into these motel rooms? And it just, we're delaying the work on building permanent spots. So I don't know how staff is going to work through that, but it certainly is not getting any easier.
Yes, and of that 1.4 million, there are still wait lists on top of that. So, yeah. Not an easy job to do, for sure. Are there any other questions? Warden, please.
Thank you. Just curious, sometimes when people are living beside each other or in close proximity in Renfrew County housing, relationships start, and so partners move around. How long can a unit remain in a person's name and vacant before we can, terminate their lease or make them join somebody, make their name or them join somebody else's lease? That's not how it's meant to sound. And then get the other unit back online. So I'm curious, do we have a sense? Because with 1,000 units, there's got to be some.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Warden Iman. I don't know precisely, so I hesitate to answer. I can definitely bring that information back. Certainly, if it's a matter of adding someone's name to a lease, our caseworkers would move quickly on facilitating that. In terms of turning over the other unit, that would be based on workload of the maintenance staff and the condition that the unit is in. Hope that helps.
Are we good?
So what I was...
Supplemental? Okay.
Thank you. What I was getting at was sometimes people move out because they start another relationship and then the unit remains either underutilized or empty. And I'm curious if we have a policy around that. Thank you.
Mr. Burke, please, I think has something to add.
Sure, I could take a stab at that. So we are the landlord in this case, so we're governed under the Landlord Tenancy Act. So I don't believe occupation is grounds for eviction, neither is income. Like in a lot of cases, if someone's circumstances change, we might like to free up that room for someone of higher need, but you can't necessarily evict someone just because their circumstances have changed. So we just have to be a little bit careful. We are a landlord and all the obligations that go with that still apply.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on item 1? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Continue on, please, Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. So item number 2 in the discussion report is a service agreement template for nonprofit housing providers. And the recommendation, if I may, Chair, is that the Community Services Committee approve the attached new service agreement template for nonprofit housing providers, and that staff be directed to work with the nonprofit housing providers as their existing operating agreements expire to enter into new service agreements with the County of Renfrew.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Warren Pryor. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So as the report indicates, at the time that the nonprofit housing provider buildings were downloaded to the County of Renfrew back in 2001, they did come along with existing operating agreements that had been negotiated with the province that outlined how the funding would flow, outlined how funding would flow through the province, from the province, through the service manager to the nonprofits to cover their mortgages. And as Mr. Burke has illustrated a few times throughout the budget process, as those mortgages have been paid, the amount of funding coming through the province has been reducing year over year. We are now in a position where a number of the agreements, well, 2 of them have ended, and 3 of them, as outlined in the report, are coming to an end in the relatively near future. So it is time that we need to complete new service agreements with the nonprofit housing providers. This is a requirement under the Housing Services Act. Essentially, as service manager, we have to either complete a new service agreement that will outline terms and conditions for how the nonprofits will be funded, how they can charge rent, continued requirements under the community housing program. So, for example, we manage the centralized wait list, and they house from the top of the wait list the same as we do in our own building. So all of those things being outlined. If any of the nonprofit housing providers decided that they did not want to continue to offer rent geared to income, they would have to negotiate an end of operating agreement with the County of Renfrew, and that would have to go to the province for approval. So essentially, the nonprofits are taxpayer-funded assets at this point. So that's why, and if they wished to have an end of operating agreement, it would have to be negotiated and approved by the province. At this time, I'm very pleased to report that we have not received any indication from any of the nonprofits that they wish to change what they're doing. They are all, we have excellent working relationships with all of our nonprofit housing providers. They are very active and very committed to continuing the system of community housing across Renfrew County, so we're really pleased about that. What we have created here as staff, with certainly input from Mr. Burke and Mr. Davis, is to try to have a more simplified, straightforward template for an agreement with the nonprofit providers that allows them to all be treated in an equitable way, for them to really clearly understand what financial support we can provide to them, what opportunities they may have for expansion within their projects, and how we could support them with capital and other unit subsidies. And we've tried to really look at the current funding formula, which is rather complex and administratively burdensome for the nonprofits. We've tried to look at really simplifying that to make it easier for them, as I say, easier for all of us, and certainly to continue to show that the in-kind support from members of the county to help them with maintaining those viable operations is still in place. And perhaps, Chair, with your indulgence, perhaps Mr. Burke could speak a little bit about Schedule A, which is the financial plan, and just provide a little more clarity for committee about the financials that we're proposing in the new service template.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as Ms. Patrick mentioned, so our goal was to provide roughly the same level of funding we're providing now to the nonprofits with a much less complicated formula. So what we've settled on is sort of a three-part formula, which is a flat per month subsidy for each room or each unit that they're providing, whether or not the tenant in it happens to be RGI or happens to not meet that specific funding criteria. Then this top-up component where, you know, they have a market rent, or what we would consider here maybe an affordable rent, as dictated by the province. And not all of them pay that. A lot of them pay a lot less due to this RGI formula, and we fund that difference per month. And the third component of the formula would be a provision for expansion, where if they are willing to create new units, we would provide a certain amount of funding for each new unit they bring online for a period of 25 years, essentially helping them pay the mortgage that they would be required to take to build that new unit.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? Member from Bonnechere Valley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just mumbled to my seatmate. That would be an excellent use of that 1.4 million. I don't know how many units it would get us. I sort of said it tongue in cheek, but it's such a shame that we're spending so much money and this isn't permanent housing or semi-permanent housing.
Any other questions or comments? Member from Whitewater, please.
I love this. And poor Miss Patrick, she went through a bunch of detail with me on this, trying to get my mind wrapped around it. And only because I'm so interested in how do we work towards addressing the housing crisis in our community. And what I'm realizing is it's a bunch of different factors, this being one of them. So I'm going to preface my points before I get into this one specifically. But when I consider there are three real options, and I think the Community Services report back in August outlined that we've got 1,000 units that we manage. We've got just over 200 units managed by not-for-profit housing. We have 70 private units that we just talked about, the HPP money, $491,000 a year. And then some rent allowance programs, which are portions of rent. On the 70 units that we use on the private market, we're spending about $7,000 a door, which to me is very efficient use of the money we have available, but subject to that private organization, that private landlord agreeing to those terms and conditions. There's no capital being added to the piece or anything, but it's $7,000 a door, very effective use. When I think of our 1,000 units that we manage, probably with a budget of between 4 and 5 million to manage those 1,000 units. I didn't do the math very quickly, but the price per door is higher, right? So when I was looking at the not-for-profits, I was seeing them as the center of gravity, the real long-term solution in the county of Renfrew for making sure that we can address affordable housing and decrease that wait list. So when I looked at this agreement, I was really trying to understand how are we encouraging them to come to the table and want to sign this agreement and be able to use the agreement as a means by which to do their operating plan and their capital plan and their long-term financing plan. It should be as simple as possible. We want them to be playing. What was explained to me, and please, Mr. Burke, if I've got this wrong, is we're essentially becoming shareholders in their infrastructure by giving them a rate per room regardless of who's in it. And by virtue of that portion of the agreement, we're also saying, because we're shareholders, we will also give you some funding for expansion, subject to a 25-year mortgage agreement, which to me is enticing. But I'm just curious, do we know the number? Like, if we're paying $7,000 a door on the 491, what would we be paying for a door using a not-for-profit versus ourselves?
Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd have to double check that. The answer is that it's very variable, right? So if, take for instance an Ontario Works client, their rental allowance is about $109 a month or something like that for a single person. That's the max rent that they can pay. So we have to top that up to what the actual market rent is, which might be $800 a month for a single family bedroom. They are quite a bit expensive. Should they not meet that RGI criteria but still be low income, they pay their own $800 a month, which is good, and we would only pay the extra $50 a month that we're agreeing to in this agreement. So there's quite a variable range depending on what tenants are in these units, and what it would cost us to operate them.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thanks very much. And it's a very good question, but to compare apples to apples between our Renfrew County RCHC units and the not-for-profit units, you may recall when we did our BCA analysis, and we had this term FCI, or Facility Condition Index, and I think Daniel Burke did a good job, and so did the real property staff, to kind of highlight where we were at in their building condition assessment with RCHC, where we had a number of buildings that were relatively high in that number, 30, 40% number, where we had to replace these units. When we look at the same, we did the same thing with our not-for-profit organizations. They did a building condition assessment along with ours. And when we look at their FCI numbers, relatively, they're in good conditions. So by basically, the essence of, we have high FCIs, which poorer conditions, we pay more to maintain these things. While the not-for-profits, better conditions, they pay less. So when we talk about what would be the comparison, it'd be a very challenging kind of prospect to do this. Just keep that in mind when we do bring the numbers back.
Supplemental?
Yeah, this is perfect. And I know staff have got all of this stuff under, I'm bringing it up to make sure that we publicly acknowledge the importance of this. The takeaway I'm having is that we need to focus as much of our effort, as much of our limited funds on the not-for-profit avenue. If I could take that $291,000 of property tax money that we give to the private landlords and invest it into the not-for-profits, would my return be higher? Maybe. And I acknowledge we need some flexibility with those kinds of programs too, but should we be even considering decrease our Renfrew County housing stock, sell, and take that money and flip it right over to not-for-profits? If they can produce a door at a fraction of what we're producing, why are we trying to get it to stay in the game? If we can create the mechanism by which that they will stay viable and long-term provision of supports, let's do it. So that's where my mind was going in this whole discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I like your thinking, by the way. That's good. My question is, we have a new service agreement that we're going to offer to Killaloe and Petawawa, the housing corporations. So when you take this to them, what would you say in terms of, here's your new service agreement, this is why it's better, and these are the mechanisms with which we have to help you increase your number of units. So when you go to deliver this, how are you going to do it?
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. Excellent question. So we've talked as staff that what we would, if committee approves and council approves the template, what we'd like to do is have a meeting with all of the nonprofits, their board chairs, and myself and my colleagues, Mr. Davis and Mr. Burke, as well as the managers of real estate and community housing, so that we can talk to everybody about, where we're at. They're very closely connected, so everybody talks to one another. We want to present where we're at, explain what we've tried to do with the simplified service template, the equity in which we're hoping to support all of them, put some faces to names so that we can continue to provide them with good in-kind services and professional recommendations that help and support them, and go from there. That's our thought. We are certainly hoping that this template is beneficial for them. We're hoping that it saves them time, that it is more straightforward, that it gives them some of the answers that have come to us over the years around, if I were to expand, is there available capital? How, could I, would other units be funded? Those sorts of things, so that it gives them a little bit more ability to see what we are able to do, and that they can plan, and many have, a lot of expertise on their boards, and that they can really take this and start working towards some plans that may include growth plans for themselves.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Member from Edmonton Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This is in response to Councillor Nicholson. I am certainly in agreement that I would be ecstatic if, in fact, we're simply the service manager and not the landlord. But I dare say that we have given direction and are pondering the creation of a municipal services corporation that might build these, that we're considering partnering up with the Grove. There's elements that we're discussing with at Bonisher Manor in terms of modular. We just had the delegation from CADCO at our last meeting. Perhaps this is overstating, and I would leave that up to Mr. Davis to comment if I am overstating. But even when we were discussing potentially a municipal services corporation that would be a builder, my concern there is I'm more than happy to do that if there is market failure. I don't know if there is market failure. What I do know is the county of Renfrew is no different than most geographical, political, organized territories right across the country, is they're not getting built. So in the absence of that, or in that void, I don't think that is a likely alternative. Perhaps it is market failure, but again, I would leave that up to Mr. Davis to jump in whether I'm overstating the situation.
Mr. Davis, please.
Through you, Chair. So not a matter of overstating. I think when you look at the builds and the possible new builds from the developers, they're there, but they need to make a profit. And this is where we come in as a possible builder ourselves through this municipal corporation to build housing. It's tough. We don't want to come, I think you mentioned this before, Councillor, and so did our CAO. We don't want to compete with market. We don't want to compete with the developers. But we are at a gap. We don't have the developers coming to us with unique ideas and the cost-sharing methodology. So we're at a standstill in certain situations.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Warden, please.
Thank you. Just to add to Mr. Davis, we have had conversations with developers, and we send them a site plan, and we send them some ideas. Their next question is, how much is the province or the federal government kicking in? It's going to cost you $340,000 a door. It's how much will the province or the feds be giving you? And then the conversation stretches out. It goes from once a week to once every 2 weeks to once every 3 weeks to once never again. And so, it speaks very highly to our market is too small. We can't have 500 or 600 units built and get 20 or 30 or 10% of them or whatever turned into affordable housing. We just don't have that capacity. And until we get a commitment from the provincial or federal government, we are going to have a struggle, because we're going to have to borrow almost all of it, and then it becomes a question of the units not being able to produce enough revenue to cover the cost of borrowing. And so then we'd end up subsidizing it. So it's a struggle for us. We have 2 projects. If we were to get one check for $10-15 million, we could probably roll out 60 or 70 units very quickly. But we're not getting that. And that's the struggle.
Thank you.
And we're back on that again this week.
Okay. Member from Whitewater.
Yeah. When you think of it from a not-for-profit perspective, we're telling that these not-for-profits are offering a room to an individual at a provincially capped rate. And let's just say it's $1,000 a month or $800 a month or whatever Mr. Burke is going to correct me at. So if it's $1,000 a month, we have the funds through RGI and all these other mechanisms to bridge the gap, maybe to offer a little bit of money for capital investment of expansion. But a private builder isn't looking for $1,000 a month. They can get $1,500 a month for that room without even trying. So there is no way for us to make $1,000 a room attractive unless we give them up to market rent. I don't, there's no, unless it's a not-for-profit, it's a church group, it's somebody who's not worried about a profit margin, I don't see any social housing or affordable housing being built by a private builder.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Ms. Patrick, please. Number 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to committee. The last item is the service agreement template for CWELC infrastructure funding. May I go ahead and read the recommendation, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The recommendation is that the Community Services Committee approve the attached new Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare, CWELC, infrastructure funding service agreement template, and that staff be directed to allocate $1.5 million from the Provincial Infrastructure Fund to licensed childcare centres, ensuring that the infrastructure investments align with the priorities outlined in the County of Renfrew's Directed Growth Plan.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Head Claremont. I'll go with Greater Madawaska. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. As committee is aware, we were very pleased to receive the additional 261 CWELC spaces and through the ministry's recalibration exercise, and those have been granted out, as was spoken about earlier, to new centres through new or existing licensees through an application process. In addition, we were able to provide, at Council's direction, the opportunity for the non-CWELC centres to opt in to the CWELC program. As we received new CWELC spaces, the province has then given us this $1.5 million allocation for ELCC infrastructure funding. And there's very specific parameters around how this funding can be used, but it is it can only be used on new childcare spaces that are under CWELC. So just for example, our existing centers the 3 that were non-CWELC that opted in, those are not new, so they would not qualify to apply for this funding. So it's only for new CWELC childcare spaces, and the funds must be spent by the end of the current CWELC agreement, which is the end of 2026. So at this time, the template has been prepared for committee's review, and if approved, staff would be developing reach outs to eligible licensees to determine if they have infrastructure needs that are in line with the ministry's parameters as outlined here. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any questions or comments on this? Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I think it's great that we got $1.5 million of funding that we can spend. The thing that bothers me a little bit is the restrictiveness of how we can apply that funding. And I get that every funding source from every level of government needs to have rules. But I just feel that it's a little too restrictive in terms of, we just saw the waiting lists in Renfrew County, and we know that there's places that have much greater pressures than others. I mean, it's great to have the funding, and if we can use it in various places, that's fantastic. But I think we need a little bit of flexibility, and I'm sure every municipality and every county in the province is the same. They have different needs in different communities, and it'd be nice to be able to have some flexibility for our staff to say, we would really like to use it here, but we can't. It's almost like my spouse has given me an allowance and says I can only spend it at the flower store. You can't use it for golfing. So I don't know if we can advocate for some flexibility in this, probably not. And as we spoke earlier, if we were successful in getting additional Seawelk spaces, then we could talk about some new builds somewhere else in the county. But in our conversation previously, it doesn't seem like there's going to be another recalibration, as they termed it last time. So in terms of what we can do, I guess we can advocate for more spaces, advocate for another recalibration, or do the best we can with the 1.5 million we've been given and ensure that we use it. I guess here's a question. What if we can't find somewhere to spend the 1.5 million on? What happens to it?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. If we can't have the funds distributed according to the provincial priorities, then the money does go back to the province. Certainly, you're correct with all the points that you made. We do see that we have wait lists and needs. However, if anybody started a new center, currently it would be non-Seawelk because we don't have any additional Seawelk spaces and therefore would not be eligible for the Seawelk Infrastructure Fund.
Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you. It kind of leads up to the points that we made during the consent agenda item number 1. We talked about the spots. The two big constraints that are going to constrain the growth regardless, depending on how many numbers we get, is the infrastructure planning and having the qualified staff. And if the allocation of seats come, they're only going to come with a fraction of capital funds. Like in this case, we got 261 spots and they gave us 1.5 million. 1.5 million isn't going to house 261 spots. We'll get all that information at the same time. So it could be whatever time it takes to build that infrastructure, like Councillor from Petawawa had outlined. If we wanted to build new infrastructure, we'd almost need to know now so it was ready for us in 2027.
Any other questions or comments on this one? No? Okay, I'll call a vote. All in favor? Carried. And a recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. Moved by a member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Thank you. There are no deferred reports, nothing verbal reports. There is nothing for a closed session. I have no new or other business. I will take a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, October 8th. Recommendation, or mover, please. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Thank you. We are adjourned and we will reconvene.
We need to vote on it.
On adjournment. Okay. All in favor to adjourn. Carried. Thank you. Okay, we will reconvene at 2:30 for the Corporate Services Committee.
Thank you, Tina. Welcome back, everyone. I'm calling our Corporate Services Committee on Wednesday, September 10th to order at 2:30 p.m. I see we've got Mayor Weir back. Mayor Jan, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Awesome. All right. Has roll call been taken?
Through you, Chair, yes, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Thank you, Connie. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. Could I get an approval of the minutes of the August 13th, 2025 meeting? I need a mover and seconder. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? We've got no delegations this afternoon. We do have a letter from AMCTO congratulating Caitlin Doherty from our Human Resources business partner as she graduated in municipal administration with honors. So I have a recommendation that the communications be received as information. May I get a mover and seconder to put it on the table, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from McNabb-Braeside. Comments? A member from Amiston Bromley, please.
So the hiring line, does it start out in the foyer now for anyone that is now a graduate for municipal administration? I'm just wondering where we line up for that.
I'm trying to figure out how we give this award and the diploma to Gary in human resources, right? I'm just saying. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, did you have your hand up?
I did, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to congratulate Caitlin and was wondering if there will be a formal presentation in the County Council chambers at any point. No?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we extend our congratulations from the chamber to Caitlin. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. So there are two items in the consent agenda. They are the tax policy and our Opta reports. Could I get a mover and seconder to get the consent agenda on the floor, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from McNabb-Braeside. Did anybody have any comments on those two consent items? Member from Amiston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was scrolling very quickly here and was unable to. I thought there used to be. I find it very beneficial the Opta information that is county-wide. It's just another piece of information, as the FIRs are another piece of information. But I was scrolling furiously here. I thought that there used to be three distinct charts that we used to receive on this, and there's one of them seems to is now omitted, or perhaps not omitted. It has perhaps been removed. I don't know. I will open the floor. If Mr. Burke can talk long enough, I'm sure I can find it.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do believe there are three. So there's the 2025 tax rate summary with just rates. There's the 2025 taxable and PIL levy summary. And then the following page, though it doesn't look like it's from Opta, it's been manipulated slightly to include a levy change without the CVA growth number, but it is the Opta chart.
Oh,
thank you.
Great. Anything further on those two items? Well, I guess technically they are three, but there were really only two. Yes, member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just when I go through the PowerPoint that was enclosed, there was, I read it as some recommendations. Are they coming later as part of the budget discussions, or would we require the example I'm using is it talks about affordable rental housing subclass. There are some options here about how it might incentivize new affordable rental housing. Unless we want to discuss it, or any of those recommendations going to be brought forward to the committee at some future point, or would we have to do that now?
Daniel?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the PowerPoint is a meeting that we at the county have twice a year with your lower tier treasurers. We all meet and we all discuss property taxes and ratios and things like that. So it's really just a summary of all the things we could do. And usually I ask if there are any interest in uptaking any of them and bringing them forward to County Council. And there was not. So from my point of view, there's no action. Though I would say the ratios are an upper tier item, so absolute discretion for that is in this chamber. And if you wish to adopt a tax class, you can certainly direct that we do that, but nothing came forward from your treasurers that they wanted to see happen next year.
Good, okay. So I just have two questions if I could then.
Certainly.
The first one, it does highlight affordable housing proposal for Deep River. Was that just one, is that one they're looking at implementing or have implemented, or they're not going to at this point?
Through you, Madam Chair. So they wouldn't be able to implement it by themselves, right? The ratio would have to be adopted county-wide. And it was one that they wanted us to consider, but there was no interest in implementing it county-wide.
Perfect. Second question is with respect to the small-scale on-farm business subclass, can you just get can you provide a practical example of one of those, one of the enterprises that might qualify for this? I noticed there's quite a few in A, B, and LV, but do you have a practical example?
For sure. So the one in the Laurentian Valley is Hughley's Blueberry Farm. So I think it's the little bake shop that sells, creates the product from the farm.
Good. No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get some more information on that.
That was a good example, too. All right, anything further on consent? Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is with respect to the new multi-residential subclass, and I'm just a little bit confused, and I don't know what slides. For those that are on a PDF, it's page 20. There's a bullet point that says the new multi-residential property class consists of land described above, whose units have been built or converted from a non-residential use pursuant to a building permit issued on or after April 20th, 2017. My reading of that is even those buildings extant would qualify for this so long as the building permit was issued after that date. But then a couple of slides later it says, as the class is prospective, adoption would only affect weighted CVA growth, not existing properties. And I wonder if perhaps, Mr. Burke, there may be some language barrier that I'm not understanding correctly, because the earlier slide and the 2017 date would suggest that it is retroactive.
Through you, Madam Chair. So what we're discussing is there are two classes, so the multi-residential class and the new multi-residential class. And this is a new subclass of the new multi-residential class, or new multi-residential, if you like.
Okay, but so the heading on both of the slides containing both of the statements that I read, both say new multi-residential subclass. One says it's effective as of 2017. One says that it's not existing properties.
The 2017 was new, and then the next one was the new.
Okay, maybe I should just go home now, I think.
You having a tough afternoon?
Well, there is only one word new on any of the slides that I'm looking at, so perhaps I got the copy that didn't have the new multi-class.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So it is a subclass of the new multi-residential class where you would pick a date, a prospective date, pass a bylaw, and then anything past that date would get an even further reduction on the new multi-res class rate. So new multi-res is taxed at the same rate as residential. This would allow you the option to drop below that if the building permit was pulled after whichever date you choose to pass your bylaw.
Moving on.
Daniel, you broke Michael. All right, anything further? So I have a mover and seconder for the consent report, so I'm sorry. Warden?
Yes, thank you to Mr. Burke. I'm looking at the other issues under slide, and it's on page 14 of the report, and the slide seemingly has a a bylaw. So I'm curious, was there a problem with the bylaw, or was there something need to be reworded? Because it's unusual to see that in a report.
Through Madam Chair, there's no other issues. Again, this is a meeting that all the treasurers have together, so I typically take the opportunity to remind them to pay on time. That's all that is.
It's a good reminder, sir.
Thank you.
A member from Whitewater, please.
Excellent. And I know I don't want to take up more of your time, Chair, but the affordable rental housing subclass, it talks about being able to impact the property tax paid by our 6 not-for-profit housing corporations. Can we just sever that and put that on a future agenda for additional discussion, if possible, please?
Absolutely. We can do that. Yes, Daniel? Awesome. Got the thumbs up. If that's all in favor, please. Wonderful. And we'll move on to our one item under the discussion report, and I will turn this back over to Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution that Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council approve the following 2026 budget guidelines. A, increase the capital levy contributions by $3 million over the 2025 budget. B, all revenue associated with weighted CVA growth for the 2026 year be contributed to the growth reserve. And C, departmental net operating budgets increase by no more than 3% over the 2025 budget.
Thank you. I'll ask for a mover and seconder to get it on the table, please. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Head Clara Mariah. Comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? Okay, that did not go the way I thought it was going to. And now I need a mover and seconder that the discussion report be received as presented. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arm Prairie, seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. Anything further? All in favor? Thank you. Mr. Burke, do you want to overview the deferred report regarding North Renfrew long-term care?
Through you, Madam Chair, it was a request at the last county council meeting because a resolution was brought forward to remove part of the funding formula for North Renfrew long-term care. As committee is aware, the funding to North Renfrew long-term care is the lesser of a specific dollar amount or the amount we give Bonashare Manor, or there's a third criteria. But this year we're not giving Bonashare Manor any municipal dollars, so that part of the funding formula would have been zero, and our contribution to North Renfrew long-term care would be zero. Obviously that's not a sustainable funding source for them, so we opted to pass a resolution that would remove that component for this year alone. And then the question came up, well, what status are they in? So attached is the original agreement as well as their most recent financial statement.
Yes, thank you for that. I'll ask for a mover and seconder, please. I'm going to call on Greater Madawaska and Deep River. Questions, comments, concerns on the deferred report? Member from Amaston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I had a offline conversation with Mr. Burke as well. So notwithstanding that there is the agreement dated from early in this millennium, the beds were allocated from Bonashare Manor. So where Bonashare Manor is 180 beds, I guess presumably it had 201 beds at one point. And 21 of these were hived off and now have been allocated to North Renfrew long-term care. However, it is my understanding that the County of Renfrew and Bonashare Manor specifically no longer administer the funds that come directly from the province towards long-term care. I believe that they are going directly to North Renfrew long-term care. So ultimately it is outside of the allocation of these beds, it is a standalone long-term care. And I'm only raising this because, and picking up perhaps on Mr. Burke's comment that it is not a sustainable funding model, it would be the only long-term care home outside of the two that are operated by the County of Renfrew that receives any municipal funds. Of however many they are, I think perhaps Mr. Quaid is not here. I want to say that there's maybe 9 or 10 long-term care homes in the county of Renfrew. Miramichi Lodge and Bonisher Manor are the county-operated one and receive a municipal augmentation to the funds that they otherwise receive from the funding envelopes from the Ministry of Long-Term Care. None of the other do, except for North Renfrew. So if in fact the municipal funding is an absolute necessity for the financial viability, that it certainly would suggest to me that outside of the other homes, that is a particular challenge for that one. The various homes that are not-for-profit or for-profit are operating within the funding envelopes that are provided by the Ministry of Long-Term Care. So again, I do not believe that this is something that we're likely going to investigate or pursue in this term of council, but I think it is something that is worth investigating, again, predicated only upon the fact that the Four Seasons Long-Term Care is getting a substantial increase from, I believe, 14 beds to 96 beds. So again, just perceiving how the broader community, the whole of the county of Renfrew is having access to equity. I think that this is a reasonable conversation, though I'm not suggesting in any way that we take it upon ourselves in this term of council, but it is something to give consideration to.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Are there any new updates for the information received? Any verbal reports? I see none. New and other business. Warden, did you want to speak to your report about the Office of the Warden?
Thank you, Chair. This has been something that has been percolating for some time. And in fact, a member of the public approached me about a year ago when we were at the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber event in Petawawa. And then I've had a couple of approaches since then. And so I've not spoken to anybody on council because I didn't want to look like I was lobbying anybody. So I put this together. I'm of the opinion at this point that I think that the warden should be selected at large in the next election from all 17 member municipalities. I think the role has evolved enough that it is a full-time job, and job's such a harsh word, but a full-time position is probably better to say. But there is a lot of things that have to be done. Just I tried to make a bit of a summary, but on average, 30 to 40 phone calls a week out into the community, whether it's our own community or it's the provincial community, just exchanging information. The same with emails. There's a lot of emails. There's a lot of news articles and papers that you're constantly dipping into from all aspects of our operation. And then there are meetings, all great. And so this is not a complaint. It's a very invigorating, interesting, terribly satisfying position to be in. It's an observation that I'm not sure in the future that someone who is not a reeve or a deputy mayor could fulfill the role as fully as they would probably like. And when you take a look, I provided a chart. You look at the amount of money that is spent on the office of the warden. There is enough in the I think in the budget to do that, and so this is just the opportunity to get the information out. And as you know, there's a process where it has to go to the lower tiers as well, where they have to approve it too. So I just wanted to start the process, and then at some point we may have to make a decision, or we will have to make a decision on it.
Thank you. I'll open it up to comments, questions, concerns. Everybody's had a chance to read the warden's report. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. It's definitely something worth considering. My question is, are we breaking new ground here? Is there somebody else in the province or in this country that has done something similar?
I'm only aware of Simcoe County,
Simcoe County, yeah.
that has just recently completed the process in terms of
all of their municipalities have voted on it. They couldn't get a clear majority, so they've gone to the minister to say, we have a majority of votes at council and in the community, but they missed something. I'm sorry, they didn't have over half of the population, I believe, is the third leg, and they didn't have that. So they've sent a letter to the minister after a vote at council. It's also complicated there because they're reducing the size of their council from 30-something down to, I think, 14. So that's one of the issues as well.
Member for Babaston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is, so that's first I've heard of the Simcoe initiative. It seems to be that perhaps they may have separated the two different things. It would be difficult to know why, in fact, it was not successful. What I would submit, based on the perfunctory discussion, if they didn't meet the threshold, they didn't meet the threshold. I'm not entirely sure. If I had been in opposition to that and there was an appeal to the ministry, I think I would be saying, well, it didn't meet the threshold. It was clearly laid out what the expectation was. So at the outset, I'm not in support of this. That's probably not a surprise. It's less than a year ago. It was just last October when we had a recorded vote on whether we wanted to extend the position of warden to 2 years from 1 year, and it was defeated. I was one of those in opposition to it. I remain in opposition to it. Just very quickly, and why I'm in opposition to it, there are certainly numerous points within here that are suggesting what the pros are, if you will, though I think in most of those instances, the same could be said of the current structure, i.e. I don't think it is advantageous. I don't think that there is a gain from going to a popular vote to the council vote. Curiously, within the Municipal Act itself, and I think I have it open here, yeah, it's essentially section 218.1. Very strangely, 218.1.1 lays out specifically 4 regions, and there is certainly some similarity in the conversation we're having between the county as an upper tier and regions as upper tiers. But ultimately, there are 4 municipalities that the Municipal Act expressly provides that it shall be the chair shall be appointed by the council or the members. There are 3 municipalities immediately following it, subsection 2, that say expressly that it shall be by popular vote in the region. That you have those 2 antithetical positions being held in one piece of legislation says to me there must be quite a bit of information surrounding this. I don't know if that's because the regions themselves had input onto what their preference was, but the Municipal Act seems to be remaining Switzerland in terms of its position on how this is done. So I would suggest that there is quite a bit of information that we should be assembling at the very least, which does not remove that I am opposed to this, as I have said. Typically, I would be in favor of a popular vote. We are a democracy. That is inherent, that it is vitally important that we extend the vote by whatever means we have. The challenge for me here, as I think that I articulated a year ago when we were doing this, is if there is a person that wishes to occupy the office for more than 1 year, there is a simple solution for that: to do a good job. Any of us in our lower tiers, that pretty well is the benchmark. Our ratepayers, if they perceive that we are doing a good job, your job security and your job performance appraisal probably will be positive. If in fact they do not deem that it is a good job that you've done, you will probably be disappointed in your performance appraisal. Ultimately, the challenge for me here as well is that there's been a lot of conversation across the province on strong mayors. And I'll be careful, but I think that this is eligible for an open conversation. I am not of the opinion that strong warden powers would be existed where the warden is not popularly elected. I just expressed that recently at a meeting. If in fact we move to a popularly elected warden, I think we are opening the door for that. Even if we are not doing that, in my estimation, this inherently is creating a strong mayor. strong warden, the office of the warden. So those are in as quickly as possible, very high level of just explaining my position on this. My bottom line on this, though, is we don't have nearly enough information to make this decision. It's unfortunate that it is only now in September, because if this is in fact to be enacted for the next election, it has to be done before December 31 of this year. If it seems to be that a considerable amount of time was expended, this is a pretty thorough report, but we have precious little time now to direct staff to put together a report. If I'm comparing this to what we have done with respect to our service delivery review, and I'm not talking about the renovations to the building at 9 International, I'm talking about the org chart of this organization. It was with an expenditure of a great deal of time and process to investigate the pros and cons. And on reading this, notwithstanding that I think it is absolutely legitimate that we can do this, the Municipal Act is clear on this. The Councillor Emo, I will use that terminology judiciously here. Councillor Emo spent a great deal of time. The report is comprehensive. When I got to the end of it, I thought, it's missing the cons. So this isn't really a report on what are the advantages and disadvantages of an elected at-large warden. It is only the pros. And I believe that we are ill-equipped to make a decision on this without more information made available. So I don't want at this point, Madam Chair, to initiate a resolution directing staff. I would leave open if there is any other input, or if you prefer, I am more than happy to do so at this point, that staff be directed to put together a report.
Well, you just nailed my number one concern, and trust me, I think that there are pros to this idea, but in my opinion, there are far more cons. I have some grave concerns that it could potentially be somebody that's never sat at this table, that doesn't understand the complexities of what we do here, what staff, our amazing staff do here. But strong warden powers was my number one, because does that then make the CAO basically a chief of staff? And that's concerning to me. But my comments aside, Councillor Weir, go for it. Sorry I missed you there.
Thank you. I was being patient in the background. No, I echo Councillor Donohue's concerns, and I mean, he didn't raise any of his negatives, but one of my negatives that I find that this would be unbalanced representation for one township, having 2 voting members from one township. The other thing is, the position would be filled most likely by somebody from a population density higher. So whether that be Petawawa, whether that be Arnprior, Renfrew, I don't think you would see the smaller communities getting the votes from somebody from Head Clare Mariah. Nothing personal about Head Clare Mariah, but you're small. So I wouldn't see that would be an opportunity for somebody from that area to be warden other than the structure we have now. And I just think you do need to be exposed to what's going on in this chamber and have an understanding of it. But as I say, there's a lot of negatives to it as well. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. I feel ill-equipped to be able to assess something like this with my limited experience. The comments, both the pros outlined in the report, but also the comments that we're hearing about there being other potential cons. I'm not adverse to hearing more about it. I'm not adverse to getting some more information. I think it's healthy to go and assess something. Some of the things that popped out to me is that we have to recognize that the job has changed, and it has been changing dramatically in the last 10 or 15 years. The demands put on that position, and the fact that the majority of people around the table here are already primarily engaged as a mayor, and even I would say the Reeves are also just as engaged. But the workload has changed. but the availability of the people that could fill that role may not. Maybe if we don't decide to go and support this resolution, maybe the analysis would give us some more information about how we could better, or what things we could adopt to make that position able to do its full range of growing responsibilities. So all that to say, I'm open for further discussion, if nothing more than to better understand what we might want to do in the future.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it was just I would have liked, we've got the pros. I did a little bit of a report on the cons, it was for me, because I wanted to know, like, really drilling down. This is a big decision for the county of Renfrew, and we wouldn't want to take it lightly, as Councillor Donahue said. Go ahead, member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just to echo some of the comments that have already been made, I would agree that it's a good time to maybe explore this. I'd like to explore it further. I certainly agree with Councillor Emo's pros that there is certainly an advantage to being in a position where you've been able to follow some of the government policies, the different ministries, et cetera, and you have that background and you have that ongoing knowledge. However, that can change even with a change in provincial government, where you get a new government, new direction, and new ministers, and all of a sudden you're starting that process all over again. But I do agree that the role as mayor and then the work at county council almost equates to full-time work without taking on the role of warden on top of that. So I think that's something that is certainly worth considering. But again, electing somebody from the population at large that doesn't follow or isn't familiar with what's going on at county council, there would be a lot more work for staff, because that person would not get up to speed in a 2 or 3 month period, because it's going to take them probably at least a year. And those are just some of my thoughts, and I agree that we should continue a more wholesome discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to give you the last word. Hang on, I just want to make sure nobody else has anything else to say. What? No? Okay. Member from Iron Prior, please.
Thank you. Just I whipped over to that other, the county where they're doing their warden type thing. They also have a deputy warden that can take some of the load off of the warden. So if we're going to task staff to take a look at this thing, maybe give us a new view of how could the warden's job be made a little easier for an individual that wants to take this over. Is that just a thought? Thanks.
And one of the things that, thank goodness, Peter's been so amazing to, again, download his brain as things move along. But one of the things that we did discuss was more of being out in the community, going to all the events and everything else. And I think that there's definitely more of a role for a deputy warden or 2 deputy wardens to help out in that capacity. Yeah. All right, warden.
Thank you. I recognize that this is a change and it's thought-provoking. As I said, I didn't throw it together. Just last week, the first draft ran to 20-some pages, and I decided I didn't need to cut and paste the Municipal Act sections in, and other things as well. So I pared it back. And no, I didn't list the cons quite, to be quite honest with you, because I considered them and came to this point. Yeah, and I've been suggesting this. I suggested it the first time in 1996, and was brought into the county building as a councillor who'd been elected in 1988 in Bagot, Blatchfield, and Brome, and was brought in, and Norm Lemke and Jim Kutschke
tore me several new ones in the conversation. My temerity to question county council and the formation at that point was quite was seemingly quite shocking. So anyway, it didn't go well. And it's just, I think, you know, I don't think the chamber should worry about someone getting elected from the community and doing damage, because there are 17 other people still here who are fairly knowledgeable. Wardens don't pass motions by themselves. You know, and for the most part, I and anybody else who's occupied the warden's chair has never been able to act without knowing what county council wishes. You sometimes presuppose it and try and fit it into the box, but you don't strike out on your own. You know, we had an instance of a warden a few years back who promised Algonquin College a chunk of land near Miramichi Lodge, and that warden got brought back in and had to go back and apologize to Algonquin College about that land purchase that they promised. So that's how powerful county council is, just as one example. But anyway, thank you very much for considering listening, and we'll see what the next steps are.
I want to make it clear I wasn't that warden. Just, you know, he wasn't naming names, but I wanted, you know, everyone to know. All right, if there's nothing else. Member from Amherst Bromley, I saw your hand go up earlier.
I'm in a little bit of a quandary, because this is being introduced as new business, and I think I understand. But from that, I don't even know why we have notice of motion if we're going to be contemplating something of this gravity. I know we're at committee, but this is something that I think it rises well above new business in fundamentally changing something that's existed for, I don't know if it's 161 years because we were joint for a while. But setting that aside, so that there is a recommendation written into this, but this is a single member bringing this forward. So the resolution that's read, is that the resolution that's before us, that a single member brought forward a resolution that, unless we speak up at this point, if you call the vote, that's what we're voting on, is the recommendation contained in this? Or are we to take this as background information to initiate the conversation? I'm presuming it's the former.
I was going to say the same thing. The recommendation hasn't been read into the meeting. I was taking this as information that either we would do staff direction to go and investigate, or people would all go, oh yeah, let's bring this to county council next time, or hell no, we're not doing this. So I didn't know which way it was going to go, but I never thought that we were voting on it at Corporate Services Committee.
That's fine, but it is in the precise template as a report that would come forward to council, is, notwithstanding that the resolution itself was not read. There is a recommendation, there are various points, the background is attached, so it is in precisely the form that we would otherwise be giving consideration to. I just want, because this is an unorthodox advancement injecting into the committee, I just want to be absolutely certain of how this is being received.
Yes, if I may, I wasn't sure how to bring it in, frankly, so this was the only vehicle I could figure out how to get it into the conversation. And I really wanted is the conversation more than a motion. Like, the conversation is, if there's an appetite for more investigation, then I'd be more than happy to make that motion. If the appetite is to shove this into the council agenda for a final decision in 2 weeks, I would accept that as well. If the decision is we're not interested at all, we don't want to waste our time, I'll accept that as well. It's nothing beyond trying to accommodate council without pressuring them, but moving it forward at some point to get a solution, that's all.
And that's the way I read it as well. Member from Whitewater, and then Mr. Kelly, I need you.
Yeah, sorry, and this is good because this is my question. Should we, like, if we were to ask for staff to do some kind of analysis on this and make recommendations from a broader sense, not whether or not this is an option, but what options are there to support the position of warden, including how they become warden? Is that something staff is capable of producing? If December 31st is the deadline, we're talking about, or would this need to be contracted out? Or what would be the feedback, just to consider that before we talk about a motion?
And like the song goes, timing is everything. And I would hate to put staff under the gun, but I'm going to let Mr. Kelly tell us.
Great, thanks. Yeah, to be clear, we this is certainly a warden's report, and we had very little input on this, other than to reformat it, just to clarify our rules. So obviously the clerk and I had discussions about how to do this. This is very rare that this would actually happen, that there be in committee, acknowledging that a report would come from a member of council. Normally it would be supported by a resolution or recommendation from staff. And of course we didn't bring this because this is a singular direction from a member of council. So it is in a template that Diligent allows us to create. So that's the formality of it all. Secondly, it is really just meant for information, and we're hoping for direction from the floor to county council. I think this rises to the occasion of that this committee directs county council to direct staff. It gives a little bit of a 2-week cooling off period or contemplation period. It is something certainly we can investigate and do. We're September 10th. Council is September 24th, right? We obviously will take direction from committee and council and work in the background to get those done. There is a requirement to I believe there's a certain requirement, I have to double check on some of the investigation, to ask the public, to have a public meeting about this before December 31st, and then you have to ask your lower tier. So to be clear, I think it's outlined here as the triple majority. Just to be clear, this council has to pass a bylaw. The bylaw has to be circulated for approval at the lower tier, and the lower tiers, the majority of those lower tier municipalities have to agree. And then of those lower tiers that agree, it has to be the majority of the electorate. Right, so there's a 3, so that's called the triple majority, and that's how it has to
Sorry, to be clear, it's not the majority of the lower tiers. It is the lower tiers that in aggregate would represent more than 50% of the electors.
It's actually, I will disagree on that respectfully. It's the county has to pass the bylaw. The majority of lower tier municipalities must consent to it, and the member municipalities that consent must represent the majority of the electors. So it's actually, that's what they call the triple majority rule, to change the
it is.
Basically to change the composition of council. That's what you need, is the triple majority.
But ultimately, for precision, there could be the majority of us, so we do know that the town of Petawawa has the largest number of electors. That is why the weighted voting is such as it is, and it's not population, it is electors, I believe, that is our weighted voting.
Yep.
So it is quite conceivable, I haven't done the math, but I'm guessing about 5, maybe 6 municipalities supporting this could get it over the finish line, which is not the majority of the lower tiers. It is the majority ultimately of the electors.
You still need the majority of the lower tiers to accept it.
So this is kind of like a constitutional amendment then. It is a certain number of provinces and a certain percentage of the population.
That is correct.
So it does need to be at least half of the lower tier municipalities, and that can't be overridden by the weighted voting predicated upon the electors.
No, but then that's right. You have to get the majority.
Understood.
8, yeah, and then the majority of those in the electorate count has to agree to that as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
So that's the triple majority.
So in my opinion, we have 3 ways to go. We can ask staff to give us more information, but that's going to be in 2 weeks because of the short timing. We could say, yay, let's forge ahead after county council, of course, in 2 weeks. Or we could say, or hell no, this is not something we're even willing to entertain with staff. But I don't really have a sense of the room. I don't really know where people are feeling it.
Yeah, I don't think this rises, quite honestly, to a consensus vote, quite honestly. I think what this is looking at is a regional governance model, right? I will correct, not that I often correct the warden on many things. Simcoe looked at a recomposition of their council where their warden would be elected by the electorate, but it would be a full-term warden as opposed. So they were looking at recomposition because their warden was not elected by, they were looking at a warden at the county of Simcoe, and it was to be elected by their peers for a 4-year term, and they had to go through a composition review, and that lost, and now they've gone to the minister for a review of that. The only ones in Ontario that we're aware of is the regional government, obviously Peel, Durham, Niagara, and a few others. Pontiac, is an electorate at large. That's the closest municipality that we're aware of that elects it at large. So the warden of the Pontiac is elected by the people, not by the peers. Right, so that's the nearest example of that one.
So do you want me to ask for a consent vote?
Well, I think what you need is an actual motion on the table, what to consider, and then go from there. So I don't hear a motion yet, but
okay.
That's where.
Member from Whitewater and then Mr. Bromley.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just, you said 3 options, and when the CEO, 3 options for us right now, but the CEO had talked about a cooling off period where all we would be doing today is putting a motion on the floor to recommend to county council, and at county council in 2 weeks, we would make a decision to direct staff. That was my interpretation. I don't know if the CAO, do you want to keep that one on the floor?
If I can, Chair, and listen, we've dealt with this a number of times. On some items, we acknowledge that direction to staff is given at committee when there are items of, I won't say, well, I'll just say unsubstantive nature. Can you do some research, bring it back to us? Can you find some information on a report and bring that back to us by county council? This one is substantive enough that I think that gives an opportunity maybe to do your own research over the next 2 weeks, put a motion on the floor, come back, and then maybe offer another alternative or something that we may not have thought of, and definitely allows us to prepare it. Now, you could say, because the only direction really is to direct some information and bring it back to county council, up to you. I think we could live with that at committee, is that direct staff over the course of the next little while.
But if there's no appetite from the horseshoe, then I don't want to waste your time. That's the road I was going down.
That's what the
if there is appetite, then by all means. But if there's not, then I don't know where to go with this.
Procedurally, I think you need a motion on the floor, and then that's how you judge the.
All right. Member from Evanston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And like Councillor Nicholson, I'm not opposed to entertaining. And in fact, I'm going to, at the conclusion of this, I'm going to introduce a motion. My motion is that we investigate this and give consideration in the new year, which is not going to meet the next election. The reason I'm saying that, if this had even come in front of this body in February or March of this year, I think I would have been more inclined to do it. As we're saying now of, well, we would recommend this to county council at the end of September, this is a pressurized environment for this consideration, and I think that that's inadequate. So I am certainly of the same mind as Mr. Kelly, in that we will see as perhaps as the ladder of resolutions might be introduced. I would move then, Madam Chair, that staff be directed to research the options available to us to assist with the increasing workload of the warden's position, with consideration to come in 2026. And I know that that's not then going to enable us to put it in place for the election that is going to happen in 2026, but I do not feel, based on all of the investigations and studies we've done of substantial change at the County of Renfrew, that the period that's available to us to give careful consideration is enough. So my motion is that staff be directed to investigate the options available to assist with the warden's workload and report back in Q1 of 2026.
Do you have a seconder? Warden, are you seconding?
Yes, I am.
All right. So you've all heard the motion on the table. Member from Whitewater?
Yeah, can I just clarify, are we directing staff to do that report in 2 weeks, or we're going to make a recommendation to county council to direct staff?
Well, so if I might, I think that we directly as committee can direct staff. Is that correct, Mr. Kelly? Yes. So my recommendation is that this body direct staff to initiate that investigation on various options and report in Q1 of 2026. So not even a specific timeline, but sometime before March, and we will assume that, unlike climate change, that it might actually be in Q1 2026.
All right, so you've heard the motion. It's been seconded. Is there any other discussion? Warden, please.
So just for your information, once this is voted on, if it's in the affirmative, I will write the minister just letting them know what we're doing, because I think if we have a course of action going forward, it's much better than not having a course of action.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah, if...
So what I just wanted to let them know that we are investigating something for the future, including the election of the warden at large, just to let them know that we're doing something, because if there is any kind of actions that are taken in the next little while, I'd like to be able, I'd like us to be able to say, no, we're planning for our own future and see if we can push off anything, that's all.
Okay, Councillor Weir?
Sorry, didn't take myself off mute. I just in regards to the warden's comments there, I think I would rather, as the committee and council, is wait till we get the report back from our own staff on the viability or feasibility of doing this before we contact the ministry or the ministers. I understand why you'd want to do it, because of some rumblings of things changing in the near future. But I would rather that we have our staff report to go with before we go to advise the ministers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so first of all, can we vote on the whole idea of looking at this in Q1, maybe Q2 of 2026? And then we can talk about the potential of a letter to the minister. Member from Whitewater.
Is it possible when we do the staff report, just if we could have a preliminary, almost scoping exercise? Like I'm imagining hours and hours and hours being invested into this. Is it worthwhile saying, can we do a preliminary scoping and then come up with a final report in Q1?
Well, this is fun. This is a fun report. This
this
is what municipal nerds love, this type of stuff.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
no, we're good with that.
I withdraw, thanks.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah. Member from Deep River.
Yeah, I don't believe it'll be that fun, because I believe that the change that potentially could come out of these discussions is going to need to be done by the province of Ontario. The Municipal Act clearly states that the warden of the county is elected from the members of this body. And there's no provision in the Municipal Act for the county of Renfrew to directly elect a warden. No, there's not. Not that I can recall. I don't believe there is.
What's that?
So we'll clarify all the Municipal Act portions and relevant information in our report.
Because it's so easy to clarify the Municipal Act.
It's not worth debating at this point. But
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. All right.
Let's get the information.
So again, we've heard the motion on the floor. Can we deal with this first, and then we'll talk about the warden's letter?
If I might, Madam Chair, like I am not married to Q1. Ultimately, I said Q1 is because it is past December 31. December 31 is a critical date to put it in place for the next municipal election. If we bypass that, which I think is appropriate, I do not think that is an appropriate time to give enough careful consideration to this. To me, it does not have to be Q1. I think definitely, though, no later than Q2, like before this body will essentially take the summer break, I think is sufficient time, which is also not jamming staff as we begin the budget process, et cetera. The key date of December 31, either way, is not going to be met, so I'm certainly open to friendly amendment on when the report would come due.
That's why I snuck in maybe Q2. All right. So everybody knows what we're voting on. Yes, we're all good. I'm getting lots of nods. That's good. Okay. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Awesome. All right. Thank you for that. Oh, look at that. I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, October 8th, 2025, and we're adjourning at 3:25 p.m. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. All in favor? And we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, folks, in terms of